forehead. Fucking fire.
Welcome to Paris 47. The show is just about to start.
The show is just about to start, yeah. You're just in time for a chat is never taught it. I know it's rare to see we taking losses hardly. We back together now, it's hard for us to part, yeah. It's time to party. The show is just about to start, yeah. You're just in time for a chat is never taught it. I know it's rare to see we taking losses hardly. We back together now, it's hard for us to part, yeah. It's time to party, yeah.
This is the red carpet event of the season, and the guest list is a veritable who's who of the global fashion elite.
Yeah, that's me, baby, we dripping hard. Move so quietly, when I leave, they gon' give me 50 stars. No one in my league, no one other even hit the bar. They gon' get depressed, trying their best, people finna hit the bar. Community goated, when we leech, we leave an empty carcass. Put you in the scope, we're limiting any target. Always in go, going for the gold, shit really isn't far-fetched. Only on 3 days, but we coming back like it's been a year departed. Can I get some nodders in chat?
You will find Victor Novikov basking in the spotlight, while Dalia Margolis hosts the heavily guarded auction on the second floor for a group of Iago's top customers.
Spending large amounts, getting hard to count, and pile up to a mountain. Auctioneer was astounded, the vault looking like a fountain, the vault looking hella crowded. It's no clowning. The show is just about to start, yeah. You're just in time for a chat is never taught it. I know it's rare to see we taking losses hardly. We back together now, it's hard for us to part, yeah. It's time to party. The show is just about to start, yeah. You're just in time for a chat is never taught it. I know it's rare to see we taking losses hardly. We back together now, it's hard for us to part, yeah. It's time to party, yeah.
Now, event security will keep a watchful eye on any suspicious activity. But I trust your timeless look shall fit right in. Good luck, 47.
Yeah, appearances timeless, so true. Dripping so hard on the fountain of youth. Wouldn't expect it, I fooled every sleuth. Yeah, red nose, red dot, we gon' shoot. We shoot to kill, these some big shoes to fill, these some big shoes for real. Zoom through the hills, these some huge movement skills. Bitch, I improve, I don't stay. The show is just about to start, yeah. You're just in time for a chat is never taught it. I know it's rare to see we taking losses hardly. We back together now, it's hard for us to part, yeah. It's time to party. The show is just about to start, yeah. You're just in time for a chat is never taught. I know it's rare to see we taking losses hardly. We back together now, it's hard for us to part, yeah. It's time to party, yeah.
Yo! What's up? 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 Ooh! Live early. EU frogs eating good. EST frogs eating good. Even West Coast frogs. 2 p.m. Saturday, they're eating good. What's good? What's up? What's up? Big fucking day yesterday. Big fucking day, dude. Thank God it worked. Thank God. Oh my God, dude. Thank God. Still plenty to add. Still plenty to update. If anybody watched it, I mean, we already had some post-mortem stuff. Plenty of things we're going to add for episode 2 and beyond, but crushed our expectations and sponsor was super happy. So, nose clogged, bro. I could talk. I mean, I could tell some stories, I guess, from behind. I think it's fine. I'll tell you some stories. It was an intense day. Start to finish. Was about to, what would you say? What was this? Thank you for the subs, by the way. Thank you for the subs. Was about to win Amazon in a poker game from Jeff Bezos, but I got that go live notif, so here I am. Thanks, man. Thanks for folding your pocket aces against Jeff Bezos when he bet the entirety of Amazon. That's big of you. That's actually really big of you to make sure that you get here on time. Speaking of poker, did you guys hear about that insane poker drama? There was a live streamed poker game. I think it's Live at the Bike or whatever. the one that's always on Twitch. And does anyone have a clip? This woman is playing. I mean, I don't know if she's a pro or not. I have not heard of her, but she's playing a very accomplished professional, like a guy who's really good. And she's got nothing. She's got jack high. I mean, it's just absolute nothing. And so the pro, is making these massive raises, right? Just making these huge bets. And the board, the cards are out there. That's what you call a wet board. There's a lot of things. There could be straights. There could be flushes. There are a lot of things. So he's making all these bets. She just keeps calling with jack high. Finally, on the river, the last card, he makes a massive bet. She thinks about it, and she goes, I think I got you beat or whatever. And she calls him with jack high. And she does beat him. But, if you are at all good at poker, he wasn't really fully bluffing. He was kind of semi-bluffing. Oh, gifties. Holy shit. McClunky. McClunky. Is this all set up for McClunky nuts or something? What was your last message? Your last message was shorting NVIDIA instantly. This is from when I announced that I was quitting. Okay, to be clear, every tech company is having a rough. Any tech company that you shorted a few days ago would have paid off. It's not the fact that you timed it with my resigning has nothing to do with anything, but you must have made some money. Thank you for that. That's really funny. That's very funny. Thank you for the 50 gifties. I can't believe you went through with it. That's really funny. Literally the day I resigned, there was just a mass sell-off in tech, not just NVIDIA, but Peaky 78, thank you for the 5 months. Eddie 4K, thank you for the 7 months. Anyway, so what I was saying is so this woman, basically, the reason she should have folded is not that like he was bluffing. It's that like even if he was bluffing, most of the time she still loses. Jack high is not a great hand. You know what I'm saying? Jack high is awful. He could still have a shitty like queen or whatever and still win. So like it was an insane call. And what people were saying is that she had a device somewhere on her person that basically just vibrated or made a signal when she had the best hand. And then so without understanding the dynamics of the table and knowing how to really cheat well, she just kept calling because she knew she had the best hand. And so we're getting into the same thing as chess. It could be a bead situation. It looks like anal beads are infecting every possible game. And so that is the theory. That being said, there's no proof yet, and I have no idea. Because in poker, listen, bad players make bad calls all the time. This is a particularly weird call because there's almost no situation where she's winning. Like it's such an edge case. And he asked her like, why did you call there? And she goes, because I thought you had ace high. But the thing is, if he had ace high, she would have lost. Because jack high loses to ace high. So her explanation also doesn't make sense. So, it doesn't make sense, right? Like nothing, it doesn't track, which means maybe she's just done. Like it again. I haven't seen evidence of cheating, and in poker, dumb plays happen all the time. So my gut tells me like maybe it's just a dumb play. But this guy doesn't often complain about this stuff, so I assume it's like got a reason. She gave the money back. That's another thing though. So the guy complains, and then she's like, "All right, we'll keep the money." And like in poker, you say fuck off. Right? Like there's no way someone complains about my hand and I say keep the money. Get owned, bitch. Like that's almost like an admission of guilt. I would never, ever, ever give someone their money back in poker unless I thought like I wanted the story to go away. So I don't know. But again, there's also the dynamic of like that guy's a regular there. She's a woman who's not a regular there. Maybe she felt intimidated. Like I don't know. I really don't know. I haven't looked deeply into it, but it's drama for sure. And it's very textured on both sides. People say anal beads is a joke, but they're unironically broken in like all strategy games. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but Crimson Blur has a world record in Slay the Spire, a strategy game. Very interesting that he drops that message out of nowhere. What's up your ass, Blur? What's going on? What's going on that you freely admit that? Hey, wait, hey, whoa. Hey, I suspect AMD is using beads to help in their marketing. They need better ones then. I don't know what kind of beads they're buying, but nobody's feeling them. Let me grab a water real quick for the stream. Well, I'm glad to see you all. And we got a ton of stuff to do today. First, I'm going to talk about Juice real quick, just because I'm really pumped about it. Also, hey, I don't mean to freak you guys out, but when I started stream today, I had 666 subs. Right as we enter October? I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence, baby. Elephant Warble, thank you for the 12 months. So anyway, okay, let's talk about Juiced. So one thing I want to say before I talk about Juiced and the whole, behind the scenes fun stuff is that I am like all in on this business, man. Especially after yesterday and just working with the team. I feel fucking pumped. It was a rush. We're on phone calls with the sponsors. We're on phone calls with Nick back in. Everything's happening, running around. It was a full day. It was intense. And so, but I would like to present us all as a team. So everything I talk about, I want you to know, it's all we. It's we. Everything we did, everything that happened was a we thing. Not just us, but the sick team at BTS who helped build it. So. If I ever say I on anything, fucking catch me. I'm literally talking about it's all we all did it. It was a fucking awesome team effort and it came together really well. And then the second thing is, I want to talk about X real quick. You listen, I actually never followed I just didn't follow very closely all the drama stuff. And I know there's probably some things that X did in the drama that were just stupid, you didn't react to things well. And then I can't support the gambling stuff at all. But in terms of this show and working with him on this, I had a fucking fantastic experience. And we are a creator first company. So I'm gonna tell you straight up, X was a fucking pleasure. He was awesome to work with. Super nice guy. And most importantly, after the show, let me just show you this. Bump. This one right here. Baby. He went around and individually thanked every single member of production. Firm handshake, talking to him after the show. Super, just a fucking class act. Also, I don't know what you guys know is real or not, but let's just go into it. XQC was there on time. There was no flight delay. That was all marketing. XQC was ready. He did rehearsals. The only reason we started late was actually Myth and Zoil. Myth and it's kind of sucks because we had Ludwig put out that tweet, we about we have his stream key, but he might not make his flight. That was fake. 100% fake. But then Myth and Zoil were late, so it looked kind of real. It looked kind of real. So, which is unfortunate, but no, literally, he was there 100% on time. Did full rehearsals before anyone else got there. Sorry, actually, just Myth was late. Zoil was actually early. And so that was legitimately marketing. And it went well, dude. Because think about it, like it kind of reminds me of the first TwitchCon where like you want to market it, but you don't have any footage. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the trailer that Ludwig showed on his stream, but that's not even really a trailer. It's more like a teaser. It's just a logo. And it doesn't do much to actually hype up the show, right? Like if you don't have any footage of the show being funny or interesting or you don't have anything, then how do you actually market the show? And so like the storyline that we're leading into is that XQC will never show up to his own show. And then that gets people interested. Bob the Skull, thank you for the 10 gifted. And so if you look at like I know we did. We hit front page of Reddit globally, like all. And the clip title was like XQC doesn't show up for his own show. And it was the opening clip where we had the cold open and Ludwig's talking, and Ludwig did a great job acting, dude. Ludwig crushed let's find the clip. I just want to show it right now. Where? Top past 24 hours. Here it is. Yeah. 15K upvotes, front page of all of Reddit. And check this out. How many views does this get? 384,000 views on this clip alone. Oh, it's not going to play, is it? Shit freeze, right as I say it? Okay, there we go.
Hello, everyone.
Look at his
Welcome
acting.
to the season premiere of Juiced, the show we've been working on for the past 6 months that cost over $500,000 to create. Unfortunately, some good news. XQC did get a flight, but it doesn't arrive till way late, so we're hoping to reschedule. And if you guys wouldn't mind, just give us another shot. Try to tune in when we come on in the future. And
not in this car. Get the fuck out. Hello. Hey, I made it, boys. What's up? Hello. Welcome to Juiced, presented by Fansly. Yeah, I made it. I mean, what can I say? It was a little disorganized, but I'm not going to talk too hard. Okay.
Now, listen. We already talked about it. Like X was first to say this. The beginning, a little scuffed. For sure. The beginning, a little scuffed just because, you look at, someone was linking it in the Reddit. If you look at like Conan O'Brien's first time hosting, he looks nervous as shit. This is X's first time doing like a thing in front of this. So yeah, obviously a little scuffed. But we want it to be scuffed. We just didn't want it to be, look, there's like a balance, right? You want it to be XQC stuff, and it got there. About, I think like a third to halfway through the show, he was in his element. He was vibing. He was perfect. He was playing off the people. It got amazing. And we're just going to keep that going for the next episodes and lean into it even more. So yeah, but just the very, very beginning, it was quick. So we'll fix that. No problem. That's no big deal. But the cold open leading into him not being there, it worked out great. And it got us like, I think way more people checking it out than just XQC fans. And again, XQC's average viewership for the past 30 days was 64,000 average concurrent. So this did 120K, peaked at 125. So doubled. And the whole goal of Off-Brand, just to give you guys like the fucking high level on the business, we have two goals that we satisfy for everything we do. Number one, the streamer's viewership has to go up. The streamer has to be happy. It's going to be a sponsored, event. But unlike most sponsored things, your viewership won't go down. It will go up. So that's step one. First one has to come to, and we crushed that. XQC gets doubles average. He's super happy. And he was really fucking stoked. Number two is the sponsor has to be happy. If both those things are satisfied, it's an off-brand event. It's sick. And we did it. We did it on episode 1, which was already like scary. And I think we're going to crush it for the next ones. So yeah, I mean, sponsor was stoked. Yeah. I mean, we did have to, I will say, he had to fly in from Canada, and then we had to like download him on like all the games, all the rules, how the hosting works, everything. And he was active. He was running around asking questions, doing everything. But it's a lot to download, and like getting him the exact right line to say about Fansly was tough. So we just had Lud like come in on the Omega Juiced. Lud crushed it as the Omega Juiced. I don't know why everybody was fucking saying it was Blaustoise. What the fuck? It was like the most obvious. It like had all the same fucking Ludwig intonations. Yeah, he did an amazing job. At the very end of the show, there was the malfunction, I think, with the nose, which we've totally got fixed for next time. Where's Saikuno gets juiced. Saikuno juiced. There it is.
Jeez, I'm juicing.
You gotta juice it. Juice. Yes. Juice him. Juice him. Yes. Juice him. What is that?
What's the juice made out of? Straight out of XQC's nose. Took months of harvesting. Disgusting. Foul. Absolutely foul. It was supposed to dump out of the nose. There was a malfunction. But literally, if you watch the clip again, like when it first starts not working, Omega Juiced as Lud never stops talking. Amazing improv. And many people watching, including Ari, who was watching at home, thought it was scripted. Like that was part of it, which is awesome. Awesome. He plays it off super well. And then we were in the production room. We made the call. Just like, give a bucket to X. Just give X a bucket. And, you know, we give him the bucket and then he dumped it. It was hilarious. So it worked out great. And it's going to be even better for the next time. And that all worked well. The questions worked well. Middle parts worked well. You know, we want to add some more physical challenges in the middle, maybe, between the two, like, question challenges. So there's, like, a little activity. But, you know, all that aside. Oh, by the way, every episode will have different games. I'm not going to spoil anything, but every episode has different games. So, you know, it's not the same games every time. So it's pretty sick. How frequent do you think episodes will be? I can tell you when episode 2 is. I think that's fine. X already confirmed. Thursday next week. Lock, cock, rock, bop, 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 pow. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm just really happy, man. I'm just really, 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 really pumped with how it went. Sponsors happy. We were happy. We got 4 out of the top 5 clips on LSF for the day. 7 out of the top 10. Front page of Reddit globally. Double as average viewership. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's everything you could ask for your first fucking episode on an unproven show. And then for Fansly, we filmed a bunch of behind the scenes stuff, including like myth stripping. Not fully, but you know, and it's all going to be on the behind the scenes Fansly. We're going to do a little trailer for it for next time. So, there's plenty of funny stuff that I think will be great. What was peak viewers? I think 125 point something K. It was peak. Hey, Atrioc, congrats on the job at NVIDIA. Mobile viewer, by the way. Okay. Okay, bro. Okay, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. It's very, very fucking kind, dude. Somebody was retweeting the tweet where I resigned from Twitch like 5 years ago. Today. I got a notification. People were RTing my fucking like, sad to say I'm leaving Twitch, but I'm excited for a new... I'm like, what the fuck? What are you doing digging around 5 years old? So yeah, show went great. Oh, and then the big thing, the fucking, you probably already saw the tweet if you are checking it out, was, maybe you saw this. Hassan filming an episode of the pod with XQC. Last night, I go up to XQC and I'm like, bro, what are the chances you mend things with Hassan? And he's like, yeah, dude, I forget about all this stuff the second it happens. Like, I have no grudge. And then I was like, well, because he just raided you during Juiced. And he goes, really? And then he starts DMing him. And now I think they're going to be friends. And then, maybe we get a fucking massive guest, bring the fucking boys back together. Pop, 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 pop. Nah, we don't know. But, This could be big. This could be fucking big. I don't want to say too much more. You know, got to keep, got to figure out what we're doing. But I just want to say, anyone that tuned in, thank you. I understand. The whole point was to build a show for XQC fans, right? And if you guys are not juicers, maybe the pace of the show or like the certain scuff thing. I mean, it's his idea, his dream, right? So, totally understand. Like, it's not doesn't have to be for you. It's for juicers. But if you tuned in, checked it out, appreciate you. Thanks. We are super stoked with it, and we're gonna keep making it for next episodes. Is it a weekly show now? No, we're going to schedule, but next episode is next week. Was there a live audience? No, it was in a studio. So that's what I wanted to say. I don't know if there's anything else on Juice that I feel comfortable revealing. We all went to dinner afterwards. X told some funny stories. Oh. One thing I'll say is, so if you did watch it, there was a running bit where we asked the teams to name themselves, and Zoil and Myth said, behind the scenes, before the show started, they were like, hey, can we name our team the Blacks? And everyone's gut reaction was like, oh no, like we got to be careful. We can't do that. But then we thought about it and we're like, bro, that is funny if it comes from them. We are off-brand. Like, let's not start out by being too corporate. Let's try it. And then we ended up saying, fuck it, run it. And it was hilarious. I mean, it was one of the best jokes of the night where, like, they kept asking him to say their team name and he didn't want to say it. It was great. I mean, I just think Myth's super funny. So else super funny. They fucking crushed it. So yeah, they posted this. And they won the event. Yeah, no, it was awesome. I was yeah, congrats to the team. I thought that was great. And it felt good. And I feel like we're on the right track, right? Because we, you know, like, if I was in Twitch or NVIDIA or in places I've worked in the past, like, that's an immediate, if there's any risk at all, you immediately cut. And I was thinking about it, I was like, this is for XUC's fans. The joke is fine coming from Myth and Zoil. It's not like XUC saying it. And the idea came from them. It's funny. I don't know. It's like, let's run it. Let's do it for the viewers rather than just for, you know, corporate. And it worked. And that made me feel really happy with the direction. I felt the lack of music. Yeah. You know what? Great point. We've already talked about that. Yeah. We want more transition sounds. We want more music. We want more like little things to keep the atmosphere up and the spirit alive. But otherwise pretty good. Timers, yeah, things like that. And the set, dude, man, I just think the Omega Juice and the eyes lighting up when Ludwig talks, this is fucking awesome. The set was so sick. And I think this kind of makes the show, right? Because otherwise, it's hard to tell it apart from, like, other game shows. It's just, like, it's got podiums. They're cool, but I think this makes it really fucking pop. Like, it makes it unique. Like, you remember Juice. You remember Omega Juice. It adds, like, a good dynamic. Plus, Lud is, like, he's good at, like, the moving things alongside of hosting. He's good at, like, recognizing, like, when we need another beat. And so he can play off X, who's chaos, dude. X is chaos. He adds, the best part of X was when he was making jokes at people's answers and like riffing off them, and you know that he's really good at that. Did you explain the games to X for the show? The thing about X is, I just think he was a little nervous for the first one, to be quite honest, and that's what he said afterwards, because he was there early, he knew everything. I think it's because he wanted to say things exactly right, and that's not his style at all. Like for Fansly, like, we had a specific line. It was like, it's an adult-friendly I can't even get it right. It's an adult-friendly social network with exclusive content from your favorite creators. And, like, that's the line, right? And, like, when you tell XFC to do the exact line they have to memorize, he gets tripped up. If he could just freeball it, he's fine. And so we're learning from that. We're just learning from that. And then, like, for the games, like, he wanted to say, you know, they had stupid names. Like, the games were, like, Hanky Panky and, you know, like, that's the name of the games. And he had to remember that and the exact rules. And we're just going to make it more freeform. Can you run the ads during the breaks between the games? 100%. Yeah, the ads should not be during the show. Good note. And actually, I think we're gonna have like cool behind the scenes Fansly stuff during those breaks for next time. Seems like Aubrey and Cardinal, doing this. Yeah, exactly. We're just happy it did well, man. We're just happy, like, to launch a show out of the blue, not knowing exactly what's gonna happen, and then to have like the marketing stunt go well, the launch go well, the viewership go well, to get picked up on Reddit, and and then like to know we have a bunch we can get better at is awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. And you know what? I want to give a fucking massive shout out to Saikuno, Myth, Kaide, and Zoil for, like, it was a risk to be the first guest on this show, especially after, all the drama that's been in the air, and I can just tell you this, after this episode, it's already been, and we're less than 24 hours, getting guests is going to be so much easier. Everyone feels like a big sigh of relief. Everyone's much less like scared to like say yes and join. So yeah, we're just we're in a good spot, man. I'm feeling fucking pumped about it. Yes, we have other projects in the future, but I can't talk about any of them. Not just Juice. We have other projects, but Juice was like the one we wanted to kick off with because he's the biggest goddamn streamer on Twitch. And if we can, and he's also like one of the hardest to get a hold of because he streams 1 million hours a day and he's in Canada. And if we can do it with XUC, I think we can do it with literally anybody. Kai's massive. Kai has more subs. I believe XUC is still the biggest on hours watched, which is like what would matter to advertisers. But yes, Kai's fucking awesome. What I think about what's crazy about Kai is, I've got this theory that like in most things in life, success usually comes down to energy. Energy is like the number one thing. Like you can just tell people who are energetic about what's going on and people who aren't, and like it always seems to be the differentiator over like, I don't know, intelligence or anything else. Like I think it's literally just energy. Like people who are just like able to keep not getting broke down. And Kai's got insane energy, man. He's got more than anyone I've ever seen. Anyone I've ever seen as a Twitch streamer. Do you actually read the message people buy the merch? I do 100%. But Aiden sends it to me in a bulk package. So I actually read a bunch of emails today of people who were not open for any jobs, but people found my off-brand email and sent a bunch of emails to me with resumes and stuff. I just read a couple and sent some nice messages. But we're not hiring anybody, but people sent some nice stuff, so I sent some nice stuff back. How long have you been working on Juiced? I mean, since we first started talking with X about it and getting his ideas and figuring stuff out, I don't know, months. But, it all ramps up as you get closer. Like more and more work as you get closer. And you know what? Straight up, I'm easy going we because again, I think we should always do a we. Ton of work by, Stans, Nick Allen, Ludd. I have been launching the 40 series until recently. So to be honest, like they were, I didn't know like ton of the mini games till a few days ago. So yeah, I want to give. It's just a sick team, dude. I just love the boys I'm doing this with. I think yesterday made me very, very excited. And the BTS guys, I need to figure out how exactly they want to be credited or whatever. But the BTS guys did the production, dude. They built a set. They fucking. I met the guy that made Omega Juice. He's a fucking genius. Did you quit NVIDIA after the 40 series? I made sure. I still work in NVIDIA. I don't know if you guys know this. I still work there until October 7th, like I've said. I will go to work on Monday and join another day full of meetings. I work at NVIDIA until Friday of next week. But I put in my 2 weeks after the launch. After I felt like I had completed the launch of all the launch marketing for the 40 series, and I put 2 weeks in so I could finish up and upskill other employees. And, I wanted to leave on, actually, I think I put in 3 weeks, to be honest. I think I put in 3 weeks when I first said it, because I wanted to make sure that I left on great terms, because I literally love the team there. I love my boss. NVIDIA was sick, so I was trying to make it as smooth. How was your notice period? 2 weeks? It wasn't 2 weeks. It was more than that. It was 3 weeks. It was like, I really, I started talking about it even earlier than that. So, did you purposely quit right before TwitchCon, or was that a coincidence? Coincidence. My timeline was all based on the launch of Juiced and leaving or finishing 40 series launch. Those were all in my mind. Popathon 2 October 8th. No. Stop asking for Popathon 2. I have not played 1 minute of Bloons since I finished the last Popathon. I would literally not even remember. It's crazy how weirdly obsessive I get over. Bro, I was like fucking studying Bloons frame data, dude. I was like studying the fucking differences between a 420 and a 402, and like how one of, I was like, and then I fucking don't care. I don't give one shit the day after it's done. My brain completely wipes it. It's wild. I'm like obsessed for weeks. Age Empire, same way. Age Empire, same way. Anyway, yeah. Oh, there's this. Look at this. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Oh, dude, you know what's sick too? Is every single time there was content on stream, viewership trickled up. Which is like one of the best fucking signs. One of the best fucking signs that the content is compelling. People aren't drifting out. People are going in. Every single time the viewership was on stream, or content was on stream, viewership would go up, which was fucking awesome. It would go down in breaks, and then second there was content, it would always trickle back up, which is like, that's exactly what you want. Yeah, dips were breaks. The drops were the breaks. We had big timer breaks with no content on it, which we needed to fix, but like your Paper Mario streams. Yeah, exactly. Like Paper Mario streams. When I'm fucking using the Toad voice, the viewership goes through the roof. Atrioc, please speak faster for my ADHD Zoomer brain. Bro, that's why we made an XUC show. I can't possibly match his speed. So it's different strokes for different folks, dude. We definitely launched off with some speed. I'll be honest. The show opens, and you got a lot of things. Like, we open with Ludwig sad. Then XUC shows up. Then he's talking really fast. Then no intro. Then right into a game. Then everyone's pulling tissues out of their hat. Then XUC's... We're going... We hit him with a lot of whiplash. It was based on the, like, if you look at the shows we were inspired by that, like, XUC wanted to build the show off of, it was like Double Dare from the 90s. And in Double Dare, they opened straight up with a game. They opened with a game, no explanation, and like they jump into it, And so we're trying to learn from that and adapt to that and figure out how to do it right. What will you miss most about NVIDIA? Well, listen, again, I haven't left till this Friday. The thing I'll probably miss the most is my current boss. If I'm being honest, I think he's a really fucking cool dude. He's a cool dude. He's done a lot of cool things in his life. He's done marketing for places like Mattel and like a lot of big companies that were, have killer marketing departments. EA, he did for EA during like their fucking peak years. He knows a lot of shit, and he's just given me a lot of advice. And so I told him, like, I need to be able to reach out to him and ask him more questions because I don't want to lose that. So, My new boss Slime seems cool. Yeah, he's not as nice. My new boss Slime. I reached out, by the way. I reached out to Keeps. You guys know the fucking hair to try and get a yard sponsorship. I'm trying to get Slime to shill Keeps. I think it'll be so fucking funny. So we'll see. We'll see. And then I asked if they could throw in a couple extra for me, you know. Just while we're there, I mean, this is, you know, it's not getting fucking smaller. I'll tell you that. Anyway, that's the fucking tea, sisters, on Juiced. I don't think I should say more. Got to keep some of the. Oh, plus a lot of it will be on. Oh, I mean, we recorded everything. We recorded us running around. We recorded X learning the games. We recorded like, where the fuck are the guests? Everything was all for the fans behind the scenes, so it'll be there, and we'll have some trailers for it. What I got a bunch to do today though, so let me talk about all that fucking good. Poker fucking drama. Talk about that. Oh, Reddit. Oh, by the way, okay. So here's the deal. We're gonna do a Reddit recap today, but it's probably only gonna have a few posts because I've been informed by some members of the community that they pay the musicians to send me this. I need to figure out everyone who's involved with it. They made a like a 15-minute video. I don't know, like as a celebration of the couple years of streaming or like leaving in video, or like, I don't know, big change. And so I heard it's sick. I heard it's like it's like really thoughtful, and so I'm gonna watch that. Which I think will be really cool. I'm really excited for that. And then we'll do best tweets later. I already got a lot of the best tweets ready. Should be fucking juice caboose. And then I might play some Railbound tonight. Straight up. It's going to be a long stream, so. That's the fucking plan, you know? That's the fucking... Oh, is today Saturday? Wait, what if I don't play Railbound and we do Get Smarter Saturdays tonight? We haven't done it in a minute. There's probably a lot of fun things to watch. Bro, I would, guys, if you guys are gamer frogs, and you're like, you know, play Railbound, play Ori, play, like, just know that once my last day in NVIDIA is over, we should be in an entirely different world for me to be able to game. The thing that stops me the most from gaming is like I have to start stream really late and I have to end it at 11. How much longer are we talking? I don't know. That's what you said last time? Last time what? Last time I quit my 5-year job at NVIDIA? What are you talking about? What are you talking about last time? Long stream for... Dude, you were talking at dinner with Lud and Cutie and X and Zoil last night. And there is a universal agreement that, number one, MMOs are not dead, but like in a low point. Like they're not as exciting as they've been for a long time. And then number two, that the Riot MMO... The Riot MMO is going to change things, bro. Riot MMO is probably, unless it really sucks. Unless it actually sucks. Like if it's good, not even amazing, but good. Smoking on that Blizzard pack, dude. People are going to dive in. People have been looking for an escape, I think. I mean, we'll talk about it on Marketing Monday, but shit's getting tough. I think we can all agree that shit's getting wild. I feel like a lot of things are just kind of subtly breaking. It feels like a lot of things are just kind of like subtly breaking. And it's like, oh, whoa. I was looking at numbers on. I've talked about this on Marketing Minded on Wins and Fails, but in Wins and Fails, I try to make it kind of jokey. But the numbers on used cars are crazy. On car sales, people have been drastically overpaying at crazy interest rates, and they cannot afford their bills. And cars are starting to get repoed at like crazy rates. Dealerships are filled with unsold inventory. And that's like a good test for like larger credit in the market. Shit's hitting the fan, dude, on some things for sure. Facts, I've been looking to buy a car. Worst time to buy a car, I think. I would definitely wait. You're going to get amazing deals. You wait a few months on a car, you're going to get amazing deals. It's not all bad news, by the way. I mean, if you're a Zoomer, especially if you're a younger Zoomer, I mean, collapse always sucks, but if it's kind of inevitable after a 10-year bubble, you could buy shit cheap. You might actually you might be able to get a house, you might be able to get assets, stocks that are not all-time highs. It'll stop inflation. It's not the end of the world. It's just gonna be like, it's gonna be rough, and I think it's gonna be a deep one. I'm 20, man. I'm a boomer compared to the chat, bro. I cannot stand 20-year-olds that say they're boomers. Literally, fuck you. Literally, I hate when it's like a 19-year-old turning 20. They're like, oh my god, so old. Oh, I'm so old. Oh, here's me, a grandpa. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. You're fucking 20. Shut the fuck up. You can't even drink yet. You literally can't even drink yet. And you're talking about how you're fucking in a nursing home. God damn, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. It's literally ridiculous. People do this all fucking time. I'm 16. Those 20-year-olds are boomers. That's Lud to me, by the way. Do you know me and Lud are like 3.5 years apart? It's not like it's not a fucking massive gap. Like, if I'm fucking 53 and he's 50, it's like, oh, there's a huge age difference. One of these guys is a cool young guy, and one guy, you know what I'm saying? It's the fucking same. 3 years is big. Okay. All right, fine. Fuck you. I don't care. I don't care, bro. 3 years is problematic. Holy shit, that drip is insane. Really? Yeah, check it out. Hey, not a fake comment, but it did sound like one. Bankrupt merch available right now. HR.biz. Actually, well, you know what? I was gonna. Oh wait. Oh fuck. Did I said I was gonna give away free merch if I won Hitman Horse or if I lost, because I did win. If you won, I can't tell if you guys are lying. I actually literally forget what the stakes were. I knew I had to give merch to somebody, but I forgot if it was. I think it was to me. It was to my chat if I won. All right, we'll do a giveaway. We're doing a giveaway. Night Dev. I will purchase a full set. Well, unfortunately, Enron hats are sold out, which is problematic. But I will give a bankrupt hat and crew neck in whatever size of your choosing to the winner. It's Nightbot's giveaways, right? Nightbot. Log in. There it is. Giveaways. I will add a little subscriber bonus. And I will add a message. And the keyword is bankrupt. If you type in the keyword bankrupt, all caps, you can win a free set of bankrupt merch, which looks fucking sick. I'm wearing it right now. It's based on the collapse and looting by private equity of longtime toy brand Toys R Us, a brand that ran for decades, was pretty beloved, and was actually doing quite well. The story is pretty interesting. I'll talk about it on Monday as part of Marketing Monday. And so I think it's just a cool story. It's an interesting story. It's not necessarily cool, but it's an interesting story from a business perspective. And I think it's also sick merch. And it's also embossed. I don't know if you guys know, this is not printed, it's embossed. So it feels good. It looks cool. All right, let's see who wins. Right now, roll it. Takoyaki JP. Oh no, you're Japanese shipping? Bro, if you're Japanese shipping, I'm bankrupt. I don't know. I can't. Our shipping costs are already absurd. I talked to Aiden. I was like, bro, what the fuck? I know that we're making it in America, but can we make it not in America if the shipping's cheaper? All right. Takoyaki JP, please message me. And if you could actually, do you have Discord? Can you contact Pay the Musician? Pay the Musician on Discord, and we will get you locked and loaded and shipped a free set of Bankrupt merch, hat and crew neck, cream if you want it. I already purchased the cream for myself because the one that Aiden gave me was a large. All right, that's that. I will give one, and I'll probably give away some more later in the stream, to be quite honest. Wait, what did he wrote? He wrote no US, just Japanese. What the fuck does that mean? Do you not speak? What does that mean? Oh, okay. Okay, you're okay. Okay, no, you in the US, you're just Japanese. Okay, that's fine. I'm obviously not gonna not ship it to you because you're Japanese. That's not. There's no. This is not a fucking like test, dude. I was gonna ship it to you in Japan anyway. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm not gonna re-roll. I'm not re-rolling because he's Japanese. This is not fucking World War II, dude. Yes, thank you. Congratulations on winning. I will be sending you your merch. FDR streamer. Jesus Christ. This guy called me a xenophone. You meant to say xenophobe, but now you're like mixing it with xylophone because you're a fucking idiot. I'm a xenophone? Shut the fuck up, dude. Classic xenophone behavior. Shut the fuck up, dude. What are you talking about? All right. Takoyaki, please contact Pay the Musician. Please, 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 please. Get you paid out. All right. Okay, Reddit. Breathe in. Everyone, deep breath. Breathe in and say the same word. On 3. Shit, I forgot to set the bit up by opening the song. Keep holding it in. Keep holding it in. Don't breathe yet. As we always know, before we go to the Reddit, we sing the iconic Reddit song. Sing it with me, chat.
It's time for Reddit with Atrioc. So let's go see what memes are at the top. Are this week's posts fire or flops? So go join r/Atrioc.
Thank you again to Pay the Musician for that beautiful, beautiful intro song. Let's see what is actually on the top of the Reddit for the week. Stans confirms Atrioc quit NVIDIA. Atrioc's story will be streamed tonight. Okay, this is 4 days. This is Stan's just leaking, dude.
Saying, I'm all in, boys. Let's go. Our dogs are... The second reason was because goddamn Atrioc would not quit NVIDIA. He's been... Oh, my God. I got to say this. He has been saying, I'm all in, boys. Let's go. Our dogs are barking. Woof, woof, woof. For over a year now. I'm going to move down to L.A. I'm going to quit NVIDIA. We're going to do off-brand. And finally, finally he is willing to do it. I think everyone saw the press release. Atrioc is going to go live later today and give his story on this.
So if you know that I'm going live later today, why the fuck are you leaking in the morning? Maybe it's my announcement to make, Stan Rooney. Also, not entirely true. The main thing I was saying in the year that he's talking about was that I would move to LA because NVIDIA was full remote. And I was like, why the fuck am I up here? And then we were doing off-brand as a side thing. In fact, until a few weeks ago, that press release said Atrioc will be, or Brandon Ewing will be joining off-brand in an advisory role while keeping his day job at NVIDIA. But then after finishing the launch and the whole thing I talked about on stream, I made the decision to switch. The next chapter of Atrioc, Brandon Glizzy Hand Ewing's journey. This is quite a title. I didn't kill Team Liquid. I didn't kill Twitch. I didn't kill NVIDIA. What is this? What is it? This is just companies I've been at, and you've implied that they're dead. None of them are dead. Legitimately, none of them are dead. Every one of them's running. In fact, it is all the companies I didn't go to that are dead. Like, I could have gone to Blizzard. Between here, I chose between Blizzard and NVIDIA. They both had offers. I chose NVIDIA, thank God. Blizzard is absolutely screwed up to that moment. And then between NVIDIA and Off-Brand, I was thinking about going to Ven, which is also dead. And TSM, which is like having a very tough time. All of those guys made offers. So Atrioc is the reason TL didn't make Worlds. Because I worked for Team Liquid like literally 8+ years ago. As like an article writer, you think that they didn't make Worlds this year. Interesting. That's not first domino. Shut the fuck up. Hey, here's an idea. Shut the fuck up. Stupid. Not butterfly effect. Stupid. Stupid concept. I was nothing but helpful on that team. I remember my first live event as a Team Liquid quote-unquote employee, which is like contracted, basically unpaid. They had a StarCraft player named Liquid Hero, who I was a fan of. He was on Team Liquid. And he was set to go out on stage and like look at fans and then go play his game. And then my boss at Team Liquid came up to me and he's like, "Hey, I got a task for you." And I was like, "Oh, great. It involves Hero." And I was like, "Dude, one of our star players? How can I help? How can I fucking help?" And he's like, he brings me backstage. I'm like, "Oh, I'm going backstage. This is sick." And he's like, "Okay, the curtain to get out to the stage is kind of heavy." So when Hero walks up, I need you to lift the curtain. And then he'll walk out, and then you lower the curtain again. So he doesn't have to like put an okay. Okay. And so I sat there as like little curtain boy. And I crushed it, by the way. Let it be said that I don't put my all into every job that I'm given. I crushed it. I legitimately fucking crushed it. I was like, he didn't have to stop. The thing about Liquid Hero is he didn't have to stop moving. His stride never broke. He was walking from backstage to front stage, and I smoothly opened the curtain and smoothly closed it. Is there a video? I mean, you could probably find Liquid Hero NASL. NASL. Maybe this?
Yeah, this is absolutely scary.
This is the guy. This is not, there's no curtain. Nah, I can't find it. They're probably not going to have it. I mean, this is old, dude. This is fucking ancient. This is 2012. Anyway, it was a pivotal moment. And everyone in the crowd said, "Damn, that was such a smooth curtain." And I was instantly given job offers. Later generations will talk about this act of heroism. Exactly. Anyway, long story short, I didn't kill any of these companies. They're all doing well. Okay? And Off-Brand, if I do kill it, it'll be to get back at Nick Allen. No other reason. Upvote. I'm so happy Big A is moving. Oh, this is why. This is why this got retweeted. Fuck off. This is my tweet. This is my tweet when I resigned from Twitch. Excited and a little sad to announce that today is officially my last day at Twitch, as I've accepted on a role on the marketing team for esports at NVIDIA. By the way, if you little known fact, when I started at NVIDIA, I was just an esports marketer until I came in on Sundays for like a month straight to work on the pitch for the green out, which I'm not going to go into. But I did pitch the green out, and then I got my current job. So, upvote. By the way, Bleed Purple meant something back then. I'm not necessarily still aligned to what I said about Bleed Purple in 2017. And even though I said I will always bleed purple, you know, I don't know that I necessarily still fully loyal to the end. Yeah, all right. Yeah, let's go, Twitch. No mistakes. No mistakes. It's been great because ever since I said that, Twitch has made 0 mistakes, and they've been 100% streamer friendly. Bleed purple, dude. Bleed purple. Thanks again to Twitch for making all the right choices at all the right times. Upvote. Washington Post calls the blanketed. I think you meant to say the Glarketer, which is sad. It's sad that I know that you misspelled Glarketer and it autocorrected to blanketed. It's sad. It's sad for me, but it's also sad for you that you can't even get your fake word right. Calls the blanketed a former NVIDIA employee. Yeah, they did. They fucked up because that was not supposed to be in there, and they fucked it up, and then we had to message them to change it, and then they just cut out the NVIDIA part. That is what happened. Big A sweating after all those squeaker jokes he made. Psychic after puberty, the Glarketer himself. And you even added like stubble. Just to make the meme more. Yeah, I don't think that he shot up in height. I think he just has a slightly deeper voice because he's no longer a child. Or he's still a child, really. He's just not as young of a child. But Psychic, I mean, listen, I think people on Packwatch are the guys who are in the chat every time S3K's collabing, and they only have one joke. And their only joke is Psychic sounds like a little kid. And now they're fucked. Now they're completely screwed. Like they don't have they're floundering, dude. When he's in the call, no one knows what to do. Psychic says, I've grown 5 inches in 3 months. Okay, congrats on fucking 5'4". Congrats, you made it, King. That doesn't mean anything to me. It's still, I can't fucking see you, dude. Come on. We're not going to play basketball at fucking TwitchCon, dude. All right. This is garbage and fake. It has 51 comment. Girlfriend doesn't approve. Atrioc. Let's go to sleep, okay? Sure. Good night, baby. Sweet dreams. Moi. Night, my glizzy gobbler. Oh my God, this again. You need to stop watching Atrioc. He's literally ruining you. Haha, no, he's great. Meh, he's fine. I already quit NVIDIA. Your girlfriend, Nora Gliz, was reading the Washington Post article that I quit NVIDIA. That was up for 5 minutes. That's fake. It's fake as fuck. I don't know why it has 51 comments, though. Yeah, I don't know. Dumb. Fucking dumb, dude. I saw this tattoo and thought it was a great way for us Big A fans to represent ourselves. For sure. I don't give a shit. You know what would be the cringiest thing? Is in a world with actual anarchy, having an anarchy tattoo. Like, assuming the government actually collapses and there's like fucking fires in the streets, people are looting, and it's like, yeah, I got this tattoo. It's fucking ridiculous. It's a ridiculous concept. It just makes no sense. It's dumb. Like, hell yeah, I was ready for this. But yeah, get one. You know, could be coming. You know, collapse is imminent. 34 days till the Chinese. 34 days from yesterday till China collapses and America collapses. I'm putting in the YouTube video. I am officially my university's... Dude, what is with Glarketing? I feel like glarketing used to be like a smaller joke, and now it's very common. Just say marketing, dude. Why the fuck is this glarketing thing fucking rising? New officers. Augie, Pokemon Go officer. That's the funniest one. This dude's sponsorships. This is video editing. This guy's the Pokemon Go officer. What the? It's not 2016, and that's not a fucking office. Keith is doing all the work. Poor fucking Keith. Stevie Blunder is the head of glarketing. That's not your name. Your name is not Stevie Blunder. And then Niji is just officer. New officer, officer. What is this? What is this fucking club? Why do you have a podium? Get your shit together. Yeah, I know your username is Stevie Blunder, but I don't think that's your actual name. Glarkening. That's ridiculous. Congratulations. You want a sincere congrats? Is that what you want? Because I'll give it to you. Sincere congratulations on getting the officer of glarketing at your university. That is actually huge. I know that I was joking before, but like, wow. I am so happy for you. That it doesn't... Rare that an opportunity like this comes along. And that you seized it means a lot. I'm very proud of you. Even if your father isn't, I'm proud of you. Pictured my high school English teacher and my buddy James. Wasn't the best photo shoot. Fuck off. Right? Just fucking roll with it, dude. I don't know why. Stans didn't smile. I will say that. I don't know why Stans did not smile. And I don't know why he put on that coat either. Because he showed up in a pretty nice hoodie. He had an orange hoodie on, looked fine. And then he's like, I'm going to fucking... He ran this bit. I don't know. He looks good. Don't get me wrong. The drip's out of control. I don't know why I didn't smile. Made a playlist to celebrate Atrioc's job change. New job celebration. Can I Get A by Jay-Z. 3090 from Tick Tick Boom. Before You Go, Please. No. I do love these first two songs, though, to be honest. Can I get a what? I do actually have that song in my playlist. R.I.P. Off-Brand, and it's Drake. Okay. Okay. If you guys don't get this joke, it's actually pretty simple. What he's saying is that he's worried for the future of Off-Brand because my train building skills are so immaculate. He sees that my true calling is as a conductor, building our nation's future railways. And he's worried that I'll be pulled away from my day-to-day duties at Off-Brand to become... Conductors don't build rails? No. Well, maybe where you're from. Okay? Okay, sweetie. But around here, conductors do the riding and the railing and the building. So... you're wrong, and that is your mistake. You should apologize to me.
Good evening, 47.
Atrioc as an elusive target. This is kind of advocating for my murder. This is my first worry. An elusive target is somebody that you kill. Not 100% in love with that.
Good evening, 47. Your target is Brandon Ewing, a marketer and a streamer on the surface, but in reality an addicted wieners and a professional League of Legends player. Your goal is to make him admit that he loves...
A marketer and a streamer on the surface, but in reality addicted to wieners and playing League of Legends.
Drinking coffee. Seems like an impossible task at first glance, but I know you do love a challenge. I will leave you to prepare.
He is too old to not be drinking it. I guess I have no choice but to make him say it on stream. Big A, lazy hands, the blave. My hunt has begun. I hope you're having a coffee to die for.
Actual good one. To be honest. To be honest, actual good one. I can't. Thank God I moved to LA, huh? He's on the hunt. He's on the fucking hunt. He's not even trying to kill me. He said coffee to die for, but she said the goal of the mission was to get me to admit that I like coffee.
Big A.
Which I don't.
But
And then he says Agent 47 is like, he's so old, he must drink coffee. That's not, it has nothing to do with age. Okay. Well, all right. And the rest is history. Let's see a different hustler out there. In 1995, I had, back to this. I had $7 in my pocket and I knew two things. I'm not in Fortnite and one day I will be. It's a quote from Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. It's one of the most powerful quotes in business history. I do give it enough vote. He had the foresight to see not only that the world was changing, but that the metaverse was coming. He was sort of a modern day, but also in the past day, Steve Jobs. And I give him full credit for everything he's accomplished. Does anyone know if this is Atrioc's Twitter account? It doesn't need to be verified. Yeah, I'm a rebel. I'm off the grid. I'm off the system. I'm sure that Elon will verify me once he's forced to buy Twitter because we're friends. But until then, I bide my time. Coffee plus Brandon equals off-brand. This is fucking stupid. Why did 560 people upvote this? That's incredible. There's nothing here. Bro, that is one of the lowest effort things I've ever seen get 500 upvotes. Ever. Not only on my subreddit, but on Reddit in general. That is one of the lowest effort things to ever get 500 human beings to click the upvote button in the history of Reddit. That's crazy. That's crazy. Holy shit. Have a discerning taste. Holy. Shark Tank premiere goes live with uncut pitches, viewer input. Grade it. Why are they all in their underwear? What the fuck? We got to check out this episode. This show is going off the rails, dude. This show has lost the plot completely. They're doing Family Feud now. They're doing fucking underwear shots. What the fuck? We do have to watch that one, though. That's an easy react. NVIDIA stock when Atrioc quit. This is the day. So, yeah, literally the day on stream that I announced that I was quitting NVIDIA, this did happen, but it was it's a funny alignment, but to be clear, every tech stock, in fact, pretty much every stock, dropped. And largely it was kind of due to shakiness in the market from Apple announcing that they were going to sell fewer iPhones than expected. Basically, I saw a funny chart. I don't think I have it anymore. Or a funny meme. And it was like that entire Jenga tower thing on a tiny little brick at the bottom. And that brick on the bottom was that like Apple keeps selling iPhones. Because like half the S&P 500 is Apple in terms of market cap. And if Apple has any shakiness, it fucking panics the entire fucking market. Will you start tweeting more freely now that you're not a corporate Andy? I mean, I can say more things. Yeah, I will tweet more freely, but I don't want to tweet a lot. I think tweeting a lot is kind of a waste of time. Oops. I said it. I think it's kind of a waste of time. But I will definitely, when I want to say something, I will be able to say it. And usually I don't do that. Change your description. I'll change my bio and my description after my last day on NVIDIA on October 7th. All right. Let's see. Excited to announce my new company, Brandon. And it's just the off-brand logo, but switched around. Fucking amazing. Fucking congrats on your new company, Brandon. Atrioc took too long to restock, so my girlfriend spent 15 hours making one. That is cute. That is heartfelt. What is your name and address so I can serve the subpoena? Just simple question. I love what you built. I will be sending the full force of the law. I hope that you have a good legal team because I will be suing you for this other company's copyright that I'm making hats off of. Your Honor, I may not own the Enron trademark, but I do talk about it a lot on my stream on twitch.tv. So they stole it. No. Yeah, congrats on this cute hat. It is a cute hat. It's got some charm. It's got some story. If you ask me to sign it at TwitchCon, I will throw it in the gutter to preserve brand value. You understand? I, of course, hope that you do. Let's see what's next. XQC getting ready for his game show. Off-brand realizing their first event might get canceled. Ludwig trying to mentally force XQ to show up. Juicers after the Amber Alert goes out for XQC. The contestants waiting for the game show to start. Stands after answering 100 emails from their off-brand account about Atrioc getting ready to explain that it was all a marketing stunt. It was. This is a classic meme, though. I love that. 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 Very accurate. Very accurate. Very accurate. Well played. My little bro, hey, little bro, he's 12, made a cute little thumbnail for the step of Big A's career. And it's TSM, which I never worked at. Then Twitch, then Nvidia, then Off-Brand. And then Atrioc as the grocery bag man from Tiananmen Square. What the fuck? What is this? What does this mean? I'm watching from China. I don't see anything. What is like literally? What does this mean? I don't understand it in the slightest. What is it? What is it trying to say? I was here. I actually legitimately don't understand what he's. You don't get it, dude. He's 12. Be nice. Let's see the comments. Bro, it was Team Liquid, not TSM. This makes little sense in and of itself, but it makes even less sense given the historical context of the original photo. The little scamp said he was flipping through the pages of his honors social studies textbook and thought this image looked friggin' wicked. Best and the brightest here. Best and the brightest here. Best and the brightest here in the Atrioc community, and I do appreciate it. Announcing my new company, On Brand. Okay, I get it. You can do variations of the name Off Brand. And this says On Brando, by the way. This is the O, so you've made On Brando, which is not a fucking great name. But I guess if you want to go to the brand safe route, On Brand makes more sense than Off Brand. Kind of weird they forgot the GH. Not that weird at all. Executive producer, Brandon Ewing. Look at Myth. Yeah. Yeah. It would be way worse if it said Brandon G.H. Ewing. So I'm glad that we did not do that. So I'm glad that we kept it to. I'm not a GHD. Again, fucking show ruled. Very happy. Very excited. Shit did well. Pumped for episode 2. Pumped. They erased your middle name and you're not mad about it? Surprisingly, I'm not mad that they erased my middle name, GH. And then finally, before we get to the real community stuff, ladies and gentlemen, mainly gentlemen, I present you with Atrioc. Feast your eyes on this abomination and absorb all of its glory. And it's again, like every week, one of the worst things I've ever seen. Somehow, the artistes of this community managed to make one of the worst things I've ever seen. consistently every time I do a subreddit review. Give that a classic upvote. Love all the community references, like my face from Genesis, my face from Genesis, my face from Genesis, my face from Genesis. And then, of course, Quincy with a glizzy bow. That's fucking fantastic. On that extremely high note, let's get to what I actually think is the main event for community today. A bunch of members of the community made a video, a 15-minute long video called One Last Hit, an Atrioc community EP. I have not watched any of this. I've not opened this before. I'm going in blind. Pay sent it to me this morning and asked me to watch it. Hopefully there's credits at the end so I can thank everybody, but we'll figure it out as we go. Let's play. All characters in this album are voiced by their original voice actors. I have got some new strategies under my belt. I've done some studying. I've talked to some of the greats of the game. And I think I'm coming back.
Good evening, Agent Ewing. Your current target is the coffee cow, but you'll need help. I've sent you the list of recruits.
No, please don't get the voice of Diana to call me coffee cow. I want to meet her. I want to do content with her. I have my own plans to get Diana Burnwood for real Hitman videos. Coffee cow.
Take the shot, tide it down, red suit on your favorite clown.
Ooh!
Hitman, Driftman, maybe this is it, man. Buddy died on Paris, maybe we don't clip that. Linkus versus Big A, yeah, this is the shit, man. Watching all this live got me pogging in a Twitch chat.
What is Hitman Horse?
Give a man a fish, watch him eat a day. Give this dude a muffin, yeah, just watch that record break. Cruising through this shit at an unseen pace. Fuck Big A, we'll call him Agent 48.
Take the shot, tide it down, red suit on your favorite clown.
I want to play Hitman again.
Crosshair your forehead, let's call it Ash Wednesday. Just me and a bullet. My favorite type of three-way, it's a menage a trois. Take a pause, find the flaws as I count down and wait for my applause.
Holy
Back
shit.
in Paris. Again.
Is that?
What a clown.
Oh! Dude! Dude, you got fucking Agent 47 to talk about the clown! Wait, I fucking need that for my stream deck. That's actually fucking sick! That's the actual Agent 47 voice actor. That's actually fucking sick. Wow, that's sick as hell. He's not even on Cameo. I know that Diana Burnwood is. I was gonna get Jane Perry. That's sick.
Use a golden blunt to fumigate the neighborhood. Red nose and lily black. Keep them raking in stacks. Think you can beat his contracts?
Spectacore?
I wish a player could.
Dude, a Spectacore? Is this appropriation? He doesn't sound like himself at all. You gotta fucking... Damn, he sounds like a rapper, dude. He sounds like he's fucking... Wow.
He's the fastest assassin, rapidly passing, blasting with passion on a grind everlasting. He'll show up, break bread, then poison the host. You'll never see him coming, baby. That's why they call him the Ghost.
Amen, brother.
Take the shot, tide it down, red suit on your favorite clown. Take the shot, tide it down, red suit on your favorite clown.
Sheesh. That ruled. That fucking ruled. Thank you for everyone who worked on that. Hillary Squintin' and Yason the Bone. Oh no, shit. Is it a ghost song? Guys, this is fucking sick!
Your first destination is Dizzy Heights. You must retrieve the ghost.
Well, he's the good at hexagons. Take one step wrong, your good is gone. Young, dumb, dip didn't come. The ghost will haunt you till the crown is...
I'm sorry, what? I hate to... I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? What? What about the ghost is young, dumb, and dipped in cum? No, that is not the ethos of the ghost. He hunts crowns. There is no myth of that.
One scarier than the dead from Afterpay. He's a grown-ass man. This ain't a game. Well, it is a game and it is for kids, but that's not the point. It's very serious.
Big A's coming through. He's dashing through the walls.
Yes, sir.
He's gunning for that crown. He's faster than the mob.
Not really anymore.
The ghost is clearing, blazing through. Watch your back. He's coming for you. Flames are blazing. He's amazing. He's the best of the ghost has got it now. Gotta beat the phantom, my friend. Hey, now come on, get that crown. Don't let the believers down. Drinks and chat as the king comes back with this season comes to an end.
That's fire. This is fire. This is crazy. Oh my god. This is crazy, dude. Oh my god, it's Ask the storyteller. He's already been on like I think 2 of the albums.
Fucking kids probably sipping on it. We got a copy cow. Better watch your back. Karma is a bitch when it's over come around. Big A got S3K and I'm moonwalking up Fall Mountain skates. Cash me running up them fades. I be basking falling, call me D-Wade. Stand for glamour, I got the gold inside me. How much fun the Quincy got the ghost behind me. Chamber 47 got my gold society. I'm a fucking jet, I got the ghost beside me saying,
hey, Big A, don't you frown. Look, the ghost has got it now. Gotta beat the phantom, my friend. Hey, now come on, get that crown. Don't let the believers down. Drinks and
Yeah, I think Jason did the chorus here.
Brandon, you think you got a chance?
Who that?
The Hexa ring and bring all the fans. 4K Andy, racist Randy. Better keep the Gressel in the grind or I'ma go lead stands. Capital D colon, eyes wide open. Give the man a second, cause the spectrum, yeah, his internet's broken. You always make excuses and you ain't got jokes. And you start another game even though they're gonna joke.
That was just a diss. Who that? The rest of it was kind of like, a little bit of a diss, a little bit of a, there's a balance. That was sort of a diss track mixed in. All of that was.
Place for playing check attack and all win the strikes. You got a heart attack, are you Brandon's age? You like wax contract cause you don't get paid. You're keeping up well, so I'll pick up the pace. Big A's in the shack on track for a crack attack. The ghost keep shooting hoops of basketball like Shaq. Oh fuck that.
Big ATR, see you can call him Joey Chestnut cause he's slippery glizzy. He's got the 30-90 still behind me. Know he wants to wrap this up and chill.
Sorry, don't call me Joey Chestnut because I'm slurping glizzies. Does anyone else understand that even if in some world that I had glizzy hands, which is where it comes from, that doesn't mean I eat more than the average person on hot dogs. That just means my fingers will be big, which they're not. Even if I did have glizzy hands, it doesn't mean that I have like a glizzy car and a glizzy mobile and then I eat a bunch of hot dogs. That's not how that works. It just means my hands are bigger, which they're not. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't mean that my job would be called Glarketer. It would just be marketer and I have slightly bigger fingers, which I don't. Which I fucking don't.
With his fiance, but you know that he ain't got the time. He's committed to the grind, but don't T-Gray in the crown. Take a minute to unwind. He's got work in the morning. Sounds pretty boring. Hey, copy cow, I got a message for you.
Hey, Big A, don't you frown. Look, the ghost has got it now. Gotta beat the phantom, my friend. Hey, now come on, get that crown. Don't let the believers
ask a serious question? How did I get all this musical talent in my eyes? I don't have any musical talent. I've never done any musical. How did this happen? Like, I don't think I'd like to pretend like I planned it. I didn't plan it. I didn't do anything. What the fuck led to this? What? This is not, I don't see this anywhere else. Why do we get this fucking, this is like really good stuff. And it's about like glizzy coffee house stuff. It's crazy. Am I just hitting all the band kids? What led to this? Forehead and Pay, they definitely led the way, for sure. And a Spectacle early song. All Fall Guys noises made by Psychic.
Next, you'll travel to the lands between to find the Glamour Eye. Don't get lost.
Be honest, who handled the Jane Perry contract? Did she have to get pronunciations on like fucking Glizzy and Ghost and Glamour Eye and how the fuck did she nail this? Atrioc, yes. What do you want me to say? She's just like an old British woman. And you're telling her she has to say fucking Glamour Eye. I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the debut grand opening of the Glamour Eye Bistro Bed and Breakfast Bar and Grill. Cafe lounge on the water, where we offer you the finest of the finer things. Just lay back and have a good time. Enjoy the music. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to dedicate this next joint to my mans, you know. Big A and the clown from Paris.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. I misunderstood that. Is that the voice of Blade from Elden Ring who was talking? I thought it was someone in the community. I was like, damn, that guy sounds like a voice actor. I was like, man, you should voice. I was literally about to say that because his voice sounded so. Wait, that's crazy.
To my mans, you know.
Oh, I get
Big
it
A
now.
And the clown from Paris.
That's crazy. That's insane, dude.
There's a whole lot of things you and I could do.
Glamour Eye, it's me, you know me. Glamour Eye, you know me. Glamour Eye, it's me, Austin. I do know you. Are you trapped? Night of the Glamour Eye.
This the life, this the night, this the flight of the Glamour Eye. I can fade, I could play.
You know what surprises me the most? Is when we first had this happen, which was the Monkey Ball sea shanties. I remember thinking, like, I'm going to get nothing but sea shanties forever. For as long, like, if they ever do it again, it'll only be sea shanties. And instead, we've gotten literally every type of music. The range it's fucking incredible.
A few pages between you and I.
Before I go, I slash. Baby, let me tell a little secret, it's magic. Blood that I spill, that's just passion. Knox helm that I wear, this is fashion. Alexander, he just ashin'. I got euros on my side like a blood brother. Backseat is a cam, they got my blood bubbling. All I'm missing is the ring to be king. It's like Game of Thrones meeting Lord of the Rings. But I'm more like Lord of the Flies. Every time I'm up, somebody gon' die. When I use my dual swords like a credit card with no credit limit, that's a baby struggle.
I'm sorry. Is this AI art of a samurai with a hot dog? Is that what I'm seeing in the background?
Blood that I spill, that's just passion. Knox, tell him that I wear this is fashion. Alexander, he just ashin'. I got euros on my side like a blood brother. Backseat is a cam, they got my blood bubbling. All I'm missing is the ring.
If I see animated AI art of like
but I'm more like Lord of the Flies. Every time I'm up, somebody gon' die. When I use my dual swords like a credit card with no credit limit. That's a baby struggle, I don't fuck with it. We gon' turn coffee cow to a Starbucks. But for now, everybody throw your hands up.
What does that mean? We're gonna turn coffee cow to a Starbucks? By the way, JID level flow. You're insane.
I can fade, I could play a few pages between you and I. This the life, this the night, this the plight of a glamour. I can fade, I could play a few pages between you and I.
Can I say something? I'm sorry to pause in the middle. I'm just thinking about an idea because everyone is so fucking talented. There's so many good people, and I want to make sure they get money. So I'm thinking, like, what if I open every stream with a different community song and they get paid? Like, if every stream we, like, can use community songs, and that's, like, the opening scene, and then we can pay the artist. I'm just trying to think. We'll figure it out. Anyway, this is amazing. I'm sorry.
This game is not an easy task. There is bridges to cross and boss attacks. Some nights we will find it hard.
Holy shit, I should contract some of these people for a Juiced theme song. That would go so dumb hard. That would go so dumb hard. Okay, we gotta talk. Holy shit. And some of the other shit we got coming up.
Nobody wins afraid of losing. The easy road's not the one worth choosing. Someday we'll look back to where we've been.
By the way, I don't know where Royal Socks came from. He just showed up during Balloons and then made like 20 back-to-back insanely talented songs. Like, what? You just never heard of my stream, and then one day I was fucking malding at Balloons, and you said, "Yes, this is my next month of what? How? What is going on? Where did you come from? Why are you so talented? And why did you see me playing Balloons and think I'm gonna fucking jump in? I don't understand it, but I do appreciate it deeply."
No, it was worth every run. This the life, this the night, this the plight of the glamour. I can fade, I could play a few pages between you and I.
So many hot dogs.
This the life, this the night, this the plight of a glamour. I can fade, I could play a few pages between you and I.
Elden Ring, take a swing, be the king. Don't give a fuck, I'm gonna conquer everything. Give me a ring and call me Frodo. I'm running so fast, you're just as cargo. Samurai bitch, time to put on a show. I'm buying up everything, sitting on all the dough. We got one dragon, two dragon, red dragon, blue dragon. You're so lame, gotta sit on the bandwagon. Better comply before you catch it in the eye. I'm gonna make you cry, then I'm gonna buy all the land and sky. This ain't Fall Guy, this a fair black tie, ain't fire pie. I'm the Alpha Omega, a legend like Sega. Glamour, that's me, brighter than Vega.
Moving too fast, trying to get by. Don't try to test me, I'm the glamour. Two swords, you're dead on the first try. Cutting through you so nice like I cut lines. Melina, nothing on me, slicing her clean. I'm shattering dreams. Call me dream cause I'm moving too fast. While you're struggling and last, I'll be doing my laps. Call them lands between the now and the past. As I'm so quick, my images last.
Only 7 months?
No maidens on the Sigma grind. Call me yelling post raven, I'm out of time. I'm beating this game, I can see the light. I'm yelling big gay like a battle cry.
This the life, this the night, this the plight of a glamour.
Frogman, baby.
I can fade, I could play a few pages between you and I.
These choruses are so fire.
This the life, this the night, this the plight of a glamour.
know what's crazy is I don't know. This course making me think. It's just like how everyone around me adapted to this quicker than me. I think. Like my parents see stuff like this and they're like, "Yeah, it's cool," and they love it. And obviously, I think it's cool, but it's like they're not like, "What?" To me, it's always like, "What the fuck?" Like how? What? I don't know. It to me, it's incomprehensible.
I could play a few pages between you
Like
and
name is blocking? Oh, I'm blocking names. My bad. I'm blocking names. Oh, I'm blocking names again. Sheesh.
Guys, finally, you'll head to the sweltering lands of the Imperial to retrieve Quincy. Is that all you got? Good luck, Agent Julie.
Oh shit! The return of Nolan Pilgrim, aka Forehead. Oh shit! The return of Wait, let me play that intro again. Bro, we haven't seen Nolan in a minute. The originator? The fucking day one?
Guys, finally, you'll head to the sweltering
Ah,
lands
pause.
of the
I crashed my camera. Shit. Oh no. Oh, back? Okay, oh, thank God. All right. Fucking, the beat went too fucking dumb hard. All right. Actually, we'll keep it bottom. We'll keep it bottom for the video. I'll credit everybody. We'll have credits at the end too. All right. Hear this again.
Is that all you got?
Also, this is not just AI art. This is crazy. These videos are crazy.
There's balloons and arrows and blue to narrow. Feel like a superhero. Looks like number 2 pencils when I shoot, but no lead goes through my barrel. You be careful, infinite clip. I'm never few of ammo. And we don't let that fake shit fly, cause we view the camo. We just let that sharp shit fly. You see my point? As soon as these darts hit the sky, it's helium joints. I'm a hawk through my targeting eye. You can't avoid. So don't fuck with the marketing guy. He's so much more.
Fuck!
We smoking darts and we sniffing coke.
Holy
In the studio,
fuck!
I work with the mic like I'm Quincy Jones. Big blimps bringing me down. I might play little do you know, but there's no magic fabric that can match against Quincy's bow. Yeah.
It's so fucking good. Why does this exist? This is the hardest Bloons rap in history. He's doing cocaine lines alongside detecting camo in a Flash children's video game about monkeys popping balloons. This shouldn't exist.
It's been a good year. We shot the blimp out the sky. It's been a good year. Smoking CBD and DDTs. This BTD. These chimps in a line that you should fear. Ops, airheads.
Bro, he's so fucking talented, dude. I actually am fucking dude, I forgot. Sometimes you forget. Those are bars.
Balloons lining up. Brandon snorted them down. Upgrade these monks like you're Buddhist now. Up these monks like you're losing the round. I'm the smartest fuck, I'm the truest doubt. He's changing. Chimps, chumps, getting hot to the touch. Chat thinks they're giving good advice, but Brandon don't give a fuck.
I don't.
To be honest, it's tough. The way he's wasting his luck. On a round 14 dub, but chat just look at him clutch. Yeah. It's been a good year. We shot the blimp out the sky. It's been a good year.
Yes, sir.
Smoking CBD and DDTs. This BTD. These chimps in a line that you should fear. Nothing gets past these bars. That's called motherfucking bars. He's eating it. Like me, Quincy, son of Quincy. This guy just doesn't miss.
Fucking fire.
Hi, I'm Quincy, son of Quincy. And you must be Atrioc.
Oh no!
Son of Atrioc?
No shot!
Good luck, Agent Julie.
You got the Quincy voice actor? Bro.
Hey, it's K, motherfucker.
Bro!
I've been gone for a minute, but we're back though.
My name is Ask the Storyteller, ain't no introduction needed. I was put here to pop shit, give you a reason to pop. Now this that pop shit, this that Tupac Shakur shit. Cocaine raps with balloons, this that no pop shit. It take a minute for Quincy to be like do do do. It take a second for the clown to blow back and blow balloons.
That's fucking
Thank God for Big
amazing.
A for holding it down. The coffee cat going down. We gon' go for the crown.
Guys, I don't even know what to say.
Shit,
I legitimately don't even know what to say. That was so incredibly talented and impressive. I gotta make sure I gotta find a way to get you all paid, man. That's crazy.
Congrats on the wedding. By the way, Quincy said he played blues just the other day. Just tell him the time and
if any of you are going to TwitchCon,
big ups to off-frame branding. You can't abandon us.
Listen, anybody on the credits of this fucking video who's going to TwitchCon, please contact Pay the Musician. I'm hosting a dinner. I would love to see you there. No pressure, obviously, if you don't want to be there. But I'm hosting a dinner. Please contact Pay. Please, I would love to just thank you because this is so fucking incredible. This is so fucking incredible.
Trim the juice to Fanta for us.
Quincy wants to play balloons with you? Oh, shit. If I could play balloons with Quincy, we would do a pop-a-thon too. If I can play balloons with Quincy, I'll do a pop-a-thon too. No fucking doubt, dude. There's just no doubt in my mind that is something we have to do. Holy shit.
We appreciate everything, but Brandon, listen. We gonna ask you for one last
What you
thing.
asking
It's
for?
like one last mission.
Yeah.
I need you to
VIP Austin and gaming.
juice the Fanta for us.
Done. Of course. Of course. Imagine I said no. I was like, I mean, listen, great video. I mean, come on, dude. It's a VIP we're talking about. Yeah, of course, dude. Of fucking course. VIP, Austin, and gaming. Jesus Christ. What a fantastic video. Legitimately, I mean, there's been so many great fan creations since I started streaming. That's gotta be the coolest. I mean, that's so many people doing so much talented work together. It covered all the memes, all the eras. I don't know, man. That's just really fucking sweet. That is a really sweet thing you guys did. I'm getting a little choked up. That was really, really, really fucking nice, and I super appreciate it. I appreciate all of you, especially like, dude. You guys didn't even time this because you planned this for months, but right after I quit, dude. I don't know that's and like I'm spending more time on the stream. That's really fucking nice. That is really fucking nice, and I super appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. I owe you all. I'll work on something. Yeah, I don't know. Fucking down. Maybe not. But it was very, very sweet. Very sweet, very talented. You guys are all fucking killers. Look, 1 second. Let me go fucking, let me blow my nose. It's not Coke. Just let me blow my nose real quick. 1 second. Okay. Oh. Dude, are you telling me that right when I'm feeling a little emotional from a fucking nice community thing, I run away to do cocaine? Is that what you're... No. I need to fucking blow my nose because I was getting stuffed up. Thank you guys. Thank you again for that fucking amazing video. Hella incredibly, deeply appreciated. And it sounds like Austin, maybe you sort of like took the lead on getting it all organized. I'm sure there's a lot of people, but definitely would love to talk to you and figure out how I can help support and give people some money for that too. That is fucking awesome. That was fucking awesome. I don't even know what to do now. Imagine I go back to the Reddit and fucking look at a Spoon Atrioc post. Dude, the next person to post on Reddit has a fucking tough act to follow, dude. Who's the fucking next guy? It's fucking. Let's see. Here's the next post on the Reddit. Leak Atrioc. And it's my face on a leak. So, there's that. There's fucking that, dude. There's a guy who's Dolly 2 to create peak comedy like this, and it's a cow next to coffee and a glizzy and a fucking video game console controller. It gets better. Wow. Who'd have thought that it could get even better than what we just saw? Yeah, I don't know, man. Never meet your heroes. SKT1 Faker is a genius artist, and the mid lane is his brush. This is an article I wrote in 2013. And then I met him from across the room. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Coming soon. One less. Dude, the cover art goes so fucking dumbass hard. Can I put this? I don't think I want to make this my my offline screen. Or like even my banner for YouTube. I want to like use this. This is so fucking sick. This goes so dumb. Actually, can I print a vinyl of this? I will pay for it. I'll pay for everybody who's involved. We can get some actual pressed vinyls, and I can put it in the background of the stream. That'd be sick. Oh, and then there was this Stable Diffusion fine art of me as a clown. That actually looks so fucking like me. This kind of, it goes in some kind of way. I don't know that I love it. And then there's like me as, I don't know, like a merge with Elon Musk maybe? I don't know exactly. And then this one is like me as a fucking vampire. I don't quite get it, but I'm here for it. I'll tell you that I'm here for it. I think that's the main post for today. Whew. Was there anything else? No, that's gotta cover it, dude. Oh, there was one where it was like, can I skip it? Atrioc promised to show us to his boss of NVIDIA on the way out. What is this? Wow. I will definitely bring this up to my boss. The day I want to get fired. The day I'm on my way out, I will promise. I'll show him this ad. Wow. I will definitely. Stop clipping every stupid little joke I make and holding it over my head a year later. Stop doing that. Okay? It's inconvenient to me. I obviously cannot show this to my very serious, accomplished businessman boss at NVIDIA. Golden Grams gave me my dump truck ass, Ludwig. Obviously. I obviously cannot do it. The best you can hope is that maybe I show him this video we're in. Maybe. But I am not going to send him this direct image of this ad. I just simply won't do it. I simply would rather die. So everybody wave hi to my boss. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the Reddit recap for today. Fucking nice. Fucking nice. Fucking incredible. Unbelievable, really. Incredible, incredibly talented. Shout outs to everybody involved. Ask the Storyteller did like fucking 4 fire verses. Everybody. Notorious Thicks, fucking Royal Sox, Pay, Drop Spindle. I'm not even what's everybody, but fucking Nolan Pilgrim shows up, does a fucking banger fire. Eric the Pooh. Ah, God, everybody. That was just fucking, that was so nice. All right. Who Dat, Neg all doing verses. Psychic doing the sound. That's fucking awesome. Can you put the link in chat? It's on the Reddit. Reddit.com/r/Atrioc. I'm fucking, I need a breath. Do you guys want to do an early Get Smarter Saturday? Maybe we watch something and then I like watch Internet Historian or something. We relax, we wind down, and then we'll do best tweets afterwards. Because I can't go right into best tweets after that. That was I'm fucking heated. All right. We'll do that. We'll do Internet Historian and maybe watch a couple other things, and then we'll do best tweets afterwards. And that'll be a fucking fire. So we're going to do Get Smarter Saturdays now. Get Smarter Saturdays, baby. I am going to open up. Wait, does Pay still have this? Hey, Pay, do you still have the Get Smarter Saturdays dashboard link? Oh, there's a Project A Discord I just got invited to. Sheesh. 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 Okay, here we go. Let's open up the fucking Internet Historian. Man in Cave, it's called. Poker Drama, I talked about it. It's crazy. Poker Drama, I'll talk about it more when I know if there's any evidence that she cheated or not, but it is very suspicious. Summoning Salt, ooh, we could even watch that. Dude, an Internet Story and a Summoning Salt back to back. Oh, wasn't Project A Valorant? Yeah, it was. Did I ever tell you guys a story? Can I tell you guys a... Wait, before we get to it, can I tell you guys a unfortunate job story about Valorant? Did I ever tell you that Valorant, I was in the final two to be a higher up marketer at Project A, which became Valorant? I told you about this? Yeah, this is a while ago. This is a while ago when they were working on the project and they were hiring for it. And they flew me out to Riot headquarters. And I nailed all the phone interviews. I flew out to Riot headquarters. And I felt very, very confident because I was like happy either way. You know, I was happy with my current job. I was happy either way, but it seemed like an interesting thing and Riot's cool. And so I was just very chill and I was having a good time. And I felt very confident that I was crushing the interview. And then not even during the interviews, during the lunch break between the interviews, I'm hanging out with the lead guy. The guy who was like making all the decisions. He was the head of the project and he was deciding the final call. And he was the guy who had been like courting me to come do it. And I'm hanging out and he's just talking. we're shooting the shit about like our favorite games and stuff. And then he asks me like, I don't know what my favorite FPS is. And I'm just not even thinking, dude. I'm not like even planning. I just assume that I got this job in the bag. I'm deciding like how much salary to ask for in my head. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I don't even like shooters. Yeah, not really a big fan of shooters, to be honest. And dude, the fucking second I say this, the fucking entire vibe changes. Now listen, I'm not saying, listen, I know that I was down to the final two. I'm not even saying I would have gotten it because the person they ended up going with is amazing. Very talented. Comes from a Call of Duty background. Amazing. All right. I'm not saying I would have gotten it, but I'm saying that 100% didn't help. And I could tell. I could tell immediately when I said it that the vibe changed. Because like, especially at Riot, dude, where like they have this big ethos on like being passionate and like they really want to get people that care about, you know, they're whole into that whole like we got to be gamers first culture. Oh God, it was one of the biggest throws I've ever done in an interview ever. I'm like 0 for 2 at Riot interviews where I've just really choked it. And I think I'm pretty good at interviews and I'm overall done well, but in Riot I choke the bag. Okay, that was just the one main story. Now we're gonna watch Internet Historian. I cannot wait. It is number 28 on trending. And let's see, it's called Man in Cave.
In the state of Kentucky, there is a cave that every now and then demands a sacrifice. January 30th, 1925. A man walks towards the cave with a kerosene lamp in his hand. He hangs up his jacket and ducks into a 5-foot opening. The inside of the cave is narrow. He has to drop down on his hands and knees, crawling through a passageway filled with jagged rocks and choking dust. Then down a chute he had cleared out months earlier. All of the daylight is gone from here, and this lantern is his only source of light.
Spooky.
Ignoring the loose limestone rocks perched directly above him, he is now 100 feet in, and here he reaches the turnaround room. Now they call this the turnaround room because this is the juncture where even experienced cavers say, no thanks, and turn around. Because to continue on means going through this.
I would have turned around at the fucking entrance.
A gap in the stone of only 9 inches. For reference, here's a Subway sub.
No, they're actually 11
Going
inches.
through, he would look
They're
exactly
actually 10 or 11. They
like
got
this.
sued.
His arms will need to be completely at their side, and he will need to exhale so that he can reduce the size of his torso.
No.
Gradually,
No.
bit by bit, he disappears into the hole. His clothes are caught on sharp gypsum crystals, hooking into him and threatening to hold him in place. But using his feet like paddles, he pushes through.
Why?
He reaches a
Why?
wider opening at the other side, then crawls forward towards a ledge. Illuminated here is a 10-foot drop. A rope is already secured around a boulder, which allows him to rappel down. His worn-out leather shoes touch the ground. This is as far as he can go, and it is time for work to begin. What he is working on is another opening. At the moment, it's too small for anyone to fit through, but he will chip away at it until he can shove himself right through the other side.
Why?
Because on the other side is this. A magnificent and otherworldly cave structure that will be irresistible to tourists. Every day for months, he has been removing rocks from this crevice.
Money.
To him, this is all just routine.
I can understand
So
it now,
he
actually.
eases further
I actually
into the
understand
gap.
it's for money.
Carefully, he contorts his body
I actually
through.
get it. It's for money.
Rocks compress the sides of his torso so close that his arms are pinned to the side of his body. He once again paddles his feet.
I would
to
never
inch
do it,
down.
but I understand
Then,
at least why he
about
thinks it's a good idea.
halfway, he stops. The lantern. It's starting to dim. He will need to go all the way back to the surface to refuel the thing. He sighs.
I'm sorry, wait, I have to pause 1 second. I thought I understood it. It actually makes no fucking sense. It's actually dumb as shit. Why are you hand taking rocks out to make the tiniest fucking gap? Tourists will not do this. It's actually incredibly stupid, incredibly dumb. If you want money, get a goddamn bulldozer, make a fucking giant fucking gap, and make a fucking opening they can walk into. Tourists are not going to do this. It makes no fucking sense.
He slowly shuffles back out, pushing
Dynamite
the
then.
lantern with his
Dynamite.
shoulder. Then, oh no. Ding, crack, darkness. He has knocked over the lamp, and it has broken. Now, the man didn't panic. He had been caught in the dark before, and he could make his way back by feel alone. So he continues worming out.
Fuck no.
Leveraging his foot against what he thinks is the
Fuck
cave
no,
wall.
dude.
But that is not the cave wall. That is in fact a rock protruding from the ceiling. As soon as he puts his weight against the rock, it breaks loose. A solid piece weighing 15 kilograms lands directly on his ankle. It aches. But he's okay. It doesn't feel as though his ankle is broken, just badly bruised and caught underneath the rock. So he shuffles to move the rock away. Suddenly, gravel. A lot of gravel. It falls onto his feet, his legs, his torso, and the weight of it all
you gonna die?
forces
I
the
feel
wedge
terrible.
rock deeper into the gap underneath his foot.
Oh no.
Pinned. He tries to push forward. He cannot. He tries to inch backwards. He cannot. He is stuck. This is Sand Cave. This man is Floyd Collins. He is trapped in absolute darkness.
Dude, that's gotta be
60
the most
feet
horrendously
deep
scary
below
thing.
the earth. All of his limbs held in place at the very bottom of this.
Why doesn't he just use his phone to call 911? You know what I'm saying? Why doesn't he just... Is he dumb or... Right, I just think I just solved this problem. Why doesn't he... I'm sorry. Why doesn't he just use his Apple Watch to ping for help? Or is he broke or like what? What?
But before I tell you what happens next, ad time. Speaking of people trapped in a cave, World of Tanks. World of Tanks is not only the best game I have ever played, it is the only game I have ever played.
Wow.
It's like cars, but tanks. Picture this. You're a hot new T-34-85M, and you've just joined the battle because some Cromwell bee tank-bagged your entire family. It's time for revenge. You must use strategy. You must use stealth. You must use your wits to defeat your enemies. Use long range or short range. It's available on console, but I want you to get it on PC. Imagine a world war, but there are tanks involved this time. Yeah, now you get it. When you've seen as many messed up tanks as I
It's
have,
actually a
you get a little
fantastic
cynical
ad.
about the world. My God, I'm gonna be sick. Look at all the different tanks. You can collectomize and customize them all. Massive battles where you can constantly team kill and ruin other people's good time.
Yeah.
I'm on your Did I mention it's historically accurate, especially the Japanese robot tanks? Ooh, look, the tanks are kissing. Progressive. Use the invite code TANKMANIA and get the Excelsior. 250k credits. Other stuff. Go to the link in the description and use the invite code TANKMANIA. Here's what you do. Get World of Tanks. Put that on one screen. Then, on a second monitor, you'll watch the next hour of this video while you play the game. Perfection. I'm contractually obliged to say thank you for being a friend. Sarge, no! Tank's empty, kid. Go on without me. No, use your repair consumable. It's too late, kid. Take care of my family for me. No. Get it. Ad over.
That was a fantastic ad.
Collins is
That was
still
a
in the
fantastic
dark,
ad.
unable to move. His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above. Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin.
Yikes.
Ice thawed, traced
Free crystal,
across
though.
the ceiling, and dripped down directly onto his face, pooling underneath him. The water was a consistent 54 degrees. Floyd tried to breathe calmly in the concentrated dark. When he did attempt to shuffle, more gravel and rocks would tumble from above and pile
freaking
onto
me
his
out.
feet, so nothing would work. He clawed at the cave walls till his fingertips were bloody, and he realized that there was only one option left. Call out for help.
There's no shot.
But wait. Who is Floyd, and why did he even go into a dangerous cave?
For money.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old. And as he grew up, he gained a reputation for being a very daring caver. He would dive into some hole on one side of town and emerge miles away on someone else's property.
Sup?
He grew up and he became embroiled in the Kentucky Cave Wars. Now, there's way too much to go into here, but the summary version is there's this huge network of interconnected caves called Mammoth Caves. It's actually the largest cave system in the world.
Oh.
And there's a city right in the middle of it. Cave City, real name. So, of course, there are dozens of cave entrances on private property all over the place. Now, farmland in this region has very poor soil, and things do not grow well here. So, cave tourism as a source of income quickly became the prominent thing. However, a problem. There are a very large number of caves, but there are only a limited number of tourists. So competition rapidly escalated. Visit my cave. No. Visit my cave. Big signs were erected saying, tourists, come to me. Mine is definitely open. Mine is the best. But then competitors would respond by saying, hey, by the way, we're open, but don't go to that one over there. It's really shitty. In fact, it's dangerous. This kept going further. By the end, they were blocking off the trail to each other's property, beating each other in the streets, and hiring people called cappers who would dress up as policemen and tell tourists, no, you can't go in there. That one, no, it's illegal. Despite the fierce competition, Floyd found a cave on his property and he started advertising it to tourists.
That's creative.
Of course, very few came. All right, he thought, what if I found something really special and unique? Then surely people would have to come to my cave to see it. So he kept exploring and exploring until he found this hollow. It was filled with big gypsum crystals, and when you were in there, it felt like a completely alien world. But it was barely accessible. This small tunnel is the only way in. He would need to dig for months to open it up to tourists, but he knew he could do it. Back to the competition. They knew the value of this cave. They knew the potential, they wanted it for themselves, and they wanted Collins gone. One time, 5 of them just wandered onto Floyd's property and demanded he hand over the lease. When he refused, they just started beating the shit out of him.
Jesus Christ.
This only stopped when Floyd's brother, Homer, marched out with a shotgun and chased them all off.
Homer!
But Floyd was not deterred. He spent 12 hours a day, every day, for months, clearing gravel and stone, chipping away at that passage. He would open it up to tourists, make his cave an incredible attraction, and make his dreams come true.
Wow, I'm on his side again.
So there's Floyd in the dark, yelling out for help. He's at the start of a very tiring loop. Sleep, wake, yell. Sleep, wake, yell. Hours passed. His voice gave in.
If you're gonna go exploring crazy fucking caves, tell your brother Homer, check on you. Tell him to just, hey, if I don't come back from the cave, this is the cave I'm at.
Arms tingled numb, pain radiating up his ankle. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
Oh, God.
Quickly you might wonder, how come no one's come for him after 23 hours? Well, Sand Cave resides on a 200-acre farm. There are several homes on this property with other families. One of them, of course, is Colin's house, where Floyd's father, Lee, resides. Now, Lee and Floyd constantly get into fights about how to run things. Lee wants his son to concentrate on farming, and Floyd wants to concentrate on cave tourism. Arguments would often get heated. And Lee was...
It's like me and my dad with esports. I get it, Floyd. You just want to spread your wings and cave. Okay? I get it.
Also a bit of a drunk. It was doubtful that he would even notice if his son Floyd was missing. Also not helping things, Floyd regularly lodged at 2 other homes on the farm. So when he didn't return to one host, they would presume that he was staying with the other.
Yikes.
And, even worse than that, he had recently spent 30 hours in a cave. So disappearing for this length of time wasn't seen as abnormal. Regardless, around the 23-hour mark, a few locals started to suspect that, hey, something might be wrong, and they went to check up on him. And here, they spotted his jacket, still hung up. unusual. They went deeper. However, there was only one person small enough to make it as far as the turnaround room. This was a 17-year-old Jewel Estes. He refused to go into the squeeze, but it was close enough to call Collins' name.
Floyd! Does he hear him?
And Collins yelled back.
Yes! Oh, thank
Estes
God.
emerges from the cave.
Okay, we know he's trapped, and we know where he is.
Oh,
So,
thank God.
locals started to gather outside. Out of my way. Say a bunch of men who would each show up and take turns heading into the cave in an attempt to reach Collins. But once they reached the turnaround room...
Nope.
They would fail to reach him, emerging from the cave, soaked in mud and cursing. Out of my way, they would say as they were heading in the reverse direction.
Okay.
So a few more hours passed. Word would spread around town. Dozens of locals from Cave City started to gather outside.
Floyd in the cave. Oh my God. Floyd in the cave.
Over in Louisville, Floyd's 22-year-old brother, Homer, he gets a phone call.
Hello? I see. My brother. He's trapped in a cave? I'm on my way.
Homer jumps on a coach and makes his way to Floyd's cave. Homer struts up to the scene. Dozens of men are standing around outside. He ignores them all and marches right into the cavern, still wearing his city clothes.
Okay.
He makes his way in, down the chute, through the narrowing passages, down on his hands and
Confident,
knees
get a
towards the turnaround room. And when he arrives, he does not hesitate. He squeezes into the hole, scrambles his way through to the ledge on the other side. He sees
does it.
Floyd below and slides down to meet
What a
him.
Giga Chad!
Floyd!
Sup?
Right, probably wasn't that casual.
Oh, thank God you're here.
Homer took a moment to shine his light around the area and assess the situation. It was not good. This rock formation is going to prove almost impossible to work around.
Oh, no.
All right, so let's have a look. Floyd is here. The rock is here, pinning his ankle. He's surrounded by rubble, and there's a pocket of gravel above him ready to fall. However, because this opening is so small, there are only two viable ways of reaching Floyd and that gravel. Option 1, the most obvious, feet first. But if you do this, you have to kind of squat, and your own torso
dude, this is so-
obstructs access
This is
to
making me,
the
like,
rubble.
uncomfortable.
Otherwise, option 2, come down head first. That will give you better access, but you're trying to move hundreds of pounds of gravel upside down. Worse yet, there's barely an inch around Collins on either side, so good luck getting your arm down near Floyd's ankle to actually free him from the wedged rock. Homer calls back to the less daring rescuers standing behind him.
Quickly, some food and drink.
They send it through. He hand-feeds his brother a pint of coffee and a total of 9 sausage sandwiches.
Feeling better?
Much better.
Don't. This is serious. Don't. I am not related to Floyd. He is not. Atrioc origin story. I knew it sounded familiar. Oh, yeah.
Then, Homer went to task. He began removing rocks and gravel, tiny scoop at a time, with the help of an old syrup can.
Get a bigger bucket for the man.
For the next 8 hours he toiled, first with hands, then, once enough was cleared, using a crowbar to...
Someone said they couldn't have picked 2 better food items. Like... like they would. Like if they were trying to pick the right items to embarrass a guy on stream 100 years later. I'm sure that was factored in.
To scoop behind his brother, scraping away sharp protrusions as he went. It was slow progress. Virtually
Homer's
futile.
such a fucking
As soon as he
king.
removed one rock or scoop of gravel, another would tumble from above and land in the new absence. And it was exhausting work. By sunrise, Homer's arms and back were knackered, his lungs burned. He was losing hope.
That
Homer
shit's so
emerged
scary.
hours later, shivering violently, skin bruised from his fingertips, but the cave barely yielded at all. However, something new. By the time Homer reached outside, he was greeted by a sea of approximately 100 men and women standing around, drinking, squabbling, and talking big game about how they too were going to save Floyd. The press was also present to help people gawk from afar. Now, Homer recuperated at a small tent near the cave's mouth.
LSF.
Strangers immediately crowded around him
Backseaters.
to ask innocent but, frankly, frustrating questions and offer unsolicited, obvious advice as well as wildly impractical solutions.
The original
He
Twitch
should try
chat.
untying his shoes.
The original fucking Twitch chat. You know what? I'm in this video. You guys are in this video, dude. If I'm the fucking coffee glizzy guy, you're the fucking backseaters, dude. Sitting around, doing nothing, offering obvious and bad solutions. Aim higher. Aim higher.
Said one. No, we should send him down with a contortionist who's got a mallet and a
Dig
chisel.
lower. Hey, Homer, dig lower. Fucking shitheads.
We should jerk him off, right, guys? All right, I made that third guy up. But you get the idea. And they started to argue with each other about their plans. Hey, how about using dynamite? One clique formed, insisting that it was a great idea. And another saying, no, the explosion will kill him, and the weight of the new rocks will surely crush him.
Probably
They
true.
fought for a while until they started arguing about gas torches, which will cook him or asphyxiate him, or the gas will poison him. But by far the most common suggestion, of course, was amputation. Never mind that the foot itself was unreachable, and never mind what the blood loss and shock would do to Floyd's weakened body, and never minding even more that Floyd was strongly reluctant to the idea.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't cut my foot off.
All of the squabble would not have gotten on Homer's nerves, except that not one of them would just brave the damn cave and continue shoveling away the gravel. The formula was always the same. Brave heroes go in with food and supplies, then reach the turnaround room and immediately lose their nerve, then dump the food just outside the hole, and then return back outside and go, oh, absolutely. No, he says, thanks for the food. Thank you so much. Yum, yum. No one would go through that squeeze. Dozens more men would try.
Just to be clear, I would never, ever go through that squeeze. But I would not say that I'm going to. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't do it, but I would not say that I'm the guy. I'm your man. I would just say that I'm not capable. I don't have it in me.
Try. All of them would fail.
If it was your brother, maybe for my brother, for my wife, for Ari, I guess you'd have to. But man, God, it'd be fucking scary.
February 2nd, 9 a.m. So far, Homer has been the only person to have reached Floyd, and that would continue to be true.
What if you are paid one coffee? Oh, God! I would jump in there head first, baby! Shut the fuck up. Not real. Not real. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
True. Until here we are at the Louisville Courier. There's a spirited young newshawk named William Miller. He's talking to his boss, and he's trying to convince him that it's a great idea for him to cover the story of the man trapped in the cave.
Listen up, boss. I'm hearing talk of a man in a cave. He's stuck down there, and I want to get down there too. Get to the nitty-gritty, you hear?
This is an opportunity for some good PR, Miller. I'm in, but I want us to sponsor that rescue. Picture this. Man saved from cave by Louisville Courier, the finest newspaper in the state. That'll drum up plenty of business.
24-carat idea, boss. I'll make it happen. I'll get down there toot sweet.
So off Miller goes to Floyd's cave.
Okay.
Back over at the cave, Homer is sitting outside trying to recuperate as Miller wanders up. He glares at the man in his city clothes
Apples, they were the gifties.
and answers every question with either a grunt or a one-word answer.
Take a sniper, they were some.
Yeah. Sure.
Finally, he gestures to Sand Cave.
Listen, you want more information? The hole's right behind me. Why don't you go take a look yourself?
Now, Miller is only 21, but he is a slender and determined man. He takes on the challenge.
Does he actually go in?
So he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp. Miller slowly enters the cave. He finds himself stepping in puddles and having to correct his balance against the ever-softening walls.
Why are they softening?
These were accumulating problems thanks to the gawkers outside who had lit campfires all around the entrance. That caused snowmelt, and the stable environment of the cave is starting to shift. But Miller makes it further than most. And all that's left is that final squeeze, and he's there. He stops. He takes a moment and decides to call out to Floyd.
Floyd!
Hearing there is someone on the other side, he feels ashamed not to try. So he closes his eyes and moves forward. His slender figure begins inching through. The crystal gypsum cuts into his elbows and tugs at his clothes. He gets snagged. He's spluttering through the pools of muddy water. He stops, collects himself, and pushes on.
Jesus Christ.
He can barely inhale.
Jesus Christ.
If he gets stuck in here, he can only hope that someone else can come in from behind and pull him out by the legs. But eventually, he makes it through. Fantastic. He's now standing on the edge of a 10-foot pit, and he clumsily bumbles his way down. He sat right next to Floyd, ready to interview him. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. At the moment, he is sitting in a pool of water that is 12 degrees, slowly sapping his body temperature. He is dying from exposure.
This is just not the time. It's just not the time, dude. It's just not the time.
The cold is diminishing Floyd's mental faculties, and he can barely make sentences. So Miller took a few mental notes, and he left. He worked his way back through the squeeze, past the turnaround room, and out into the daylight. He is covered in mud and scratches and numb head to toe. And when Homer saw, his hope reignited. Someone else had made it to Floyd.
You and me. Together, we can get Floyd out of there.
If Miller hadn't gone to that cave, there's a good chance that Floyd's story would have remained an obscure footnote in the back pages. But the interviews and first-person accounts gave the audience a glimpse of something real. Fear, hope, desperation, the full range. And so from Los Angeles to New York, Floyd's story was picked up everywhere and described the Kentucky man's plight in sensational detail. It was also the era when radio became a regular feature for regular Americans. Radio allowed something new, hourly updates, letting people get engrossed into the story.
The twitch of its day.
So, mostly thanks to Miller, the story of Floyd over the next week would grow and grow, seemingly frothing over into every aspect of American life. The press at large would be clamoring over each other for every
It's like
little
streamer
extra
drama.
scrap of detail they could get about Floyd. And everybody wanted to know, will this man make it? Back outside the cave, someone new enters the scene. Lieutenant Robert Burden, a thin but strong 33-year-old Louisville firefighter. Like Miller, he was able to navigate the passages of the cave and brave the squeeze.
Nice.
Scratched up pretty good and drenched in cold, muddy water, he managed to get through. He grabbed the rope and confidently lowered himself to Floyd's position. It was not an optimistic sight. Floyd's condition was deteriorating.
Well, we've got a heck of a problem here, but I think I can get you out with a rope.
Floyd nods in approval.
Go on.
We might just pull your bloody leg off.
Just pull my leg off then. Get me out of here.
Burden returned to the surface and faced the crowd. He announced,
We will attempt a rope pull.
The crowd murmured. It was dangerous. It would certainly break his foot and could altogether pull it off. If there are jagged rocks, you'll fillet the poor man. Amongst the crowd, a doctor stepped forward. A rope pull could stretch his internal organs and cause them to rupture. You'll kill him. But Floyd is dying of exposure down there.
Yeah, you
the
gotta do
situation
something.
is becoming desperate. Burden put caution to the side.
The time for strategy is over. Now we try brute force.
What? Honka. I feel really bad for him. This just seems like one of the most frightening things a human could ever be a part of.
Floyd! Floyd! We're here. We're gonna get you out of here.
After 79 hours in the cold water, he is delirious, fading in and out of consciousness. Homer gave
Someone said Atrioc window coffee.
his brother some coffee
To
and
chat
fed
message
him
of
a
you
couple
and no
of ham
bitches.
sandwiches. That warms him up and gives him a bit more energy, and he comes back to lucidity.
Oh, much better.
I'm gonna put the special harness around you. Burden and Miller,
smart.
they're here too. We got
Smart.
3 more boys right up the cave, and they're all ready to pull as hard as they can to get you out of here.
Floyd was frightened.
I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna hurt.
He gave his brother some whiskey and a strong sedative to calm his nerves, and also to help him withstand the shock in case his foot is destroyed. Floyd took the opportunity
like a big
to
stick?
appreciate being surrounded by friends and family.
Go on. Do it.
I mean, call me crazy. Maybe I'm one of the guys outside giving bad advice. But couldn't you get like a long pole and like wedge it under the rock and then pop it off his foot?
All right, strap him up.
Homer tied the harness around Colin's chest and knotted the rope.
I can't believe every one of you agrees with me. That's great. I thought at least one of you would be like having some downsides, but every single one of you unanimously agrees with my strategy. That's crazy. Not a single person thinks otherwise. That's fucking crazy. All right, it must be a good idea.
Ready?
Above, Miller is crouched at the top of the pit.
Ready?
Burden clenches the cord from further up the cave.
3,
The rope goes taut.
2,
Do it.
1.
Instinctively, Floyd gasps. The force of 6 men pulled against the clutches of the cave. Floyd began to scream. His body was being pulled up from the rubble. The gravel was beginning to shift. Burden clenched his teeth. Floyd screamed harder as well. Now, Floyd was trapped in a supine position, but the direction of the rope caused an upwards force that wrenched him vertically. His torso was being compressed and bent against the ceiling of the trap. It would kill him. Floyd's screaming intensified, and through gasps was begging them to stop. The screams filled the echoing cave, but it did not stop. The agony continued. On and on.
Jesus.
With no progress.
Enough! Enough! You guys are killing him!
Homer pulled in the
said
opposite
stop.
direction to give his brother some reprieve. Somehow, Homer mustered the strength to altogether wrench the cord from the other men's hands. The rope went slack. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor,
What a god.
panting and exhausted. No progress had been made.
Jesus Christ.
The cave would not let this man go. The futility of the situation sank in, and all they could do was leave for now and reassess. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the other men had to be carried away. Outside, the crowd had grown to 200. They buzzed and asked useless questions, and Homer walked dejectedly past them. He sat by thinking what he could do. The cause seemed hopeless.
Homer?
Then, someone showed up who could turn things around. He looked up to see a childhood
A
friend of
Redditor?
both his and Floyd's. Johnny Gerald. Gerald knew more about cave rescues than most. In fact, just that summer prior, he had helped untangle Floyd from a different snag. He was just the man for the job.
Okay.
All right, let me go see him. Well, look who it is.
Floyd perked up immediately.
Yay.
Thrilled to see Gerald.
All right, let's see what we can do.
Gerald jumped down. For the next 3 hours, Gerald went back to the original plan of prying away rocks. His stamina was good, and progress was surprisingly good as well. For several more hours, he continued, just moving stone after stone.
Bro, if everyone involved had done this from the beginning, it probably would have worked. Wait, what the hell? Why isn't a bunch of Hassan emojis saying Poke Raid? Obviously cannot be Pokemon Raid. Obviously. And you know why that is? No disrespect, but Pokemon has no fucking idea who I am. No, this is Hassan Raid and he went to 4090. I quit! Guys, I quit. My last day's on Friday. I'm not going to, as my last act, steal a 4090 for Hassan. I'm not going to do it. All right? Thank you, Hassan, for the raid. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I am not going to get Hassan a 4090. Bro, do you know that's the first thing he messaged me? When I announced I'm making a big choice in my life that I'm going to quit my 5-year job at NVIDIA. I'm going to start a business with friends. He goes, congrats. Can I get a 4090? Hey, you know what, though? You know what I heard? I heard my man and XQC best buds again. Every 2 weeks, they hate each other. All of a sudden, they're best buds again. And that's why I cannot wait. I'll buy you a goddamn 4090 myself. Can't wait to get you on the show, Juiced, baby. Juiced. Big guest, Hassan and Will. Cannot wait. Nature's healing, baby. Let's put our differences aside and let's cover you with some slime. Guys, welcome. This is way too many viewers for me, so well, I do appreciate it. I hope you guys have a fantastic fucking day. We're in the middle of an hour-long video about a man trapped in a cave. You're not going to understand what's going on at all, and Hassan will react to it himself if he hasn't already. You know what I'm saying? So there's no way for me to seamlessly ease you into this. There's just no way. It's not going to happen. You guys already saw it. Okay. Of course. How could I react to something first before Hassan? Can't do it. Can't happen. So you guys, I don't want you dropping spoilers. I appreciate the raid. Obviously, it is kind. It is actually very kind. Hassan, I had a great, actually, I checked my YouTube numbers when I was having lunch with Hassan, and he called me a psychopath, which is the last time I hung out with him in person. So it's not necessarily that I don't want to call him that kind. I just literally checked it. That's all. I just wanted to check if I was getting a good YouTube number, and he called me a fucking psychopath. So, we'll see. Anyway, you guys, I appreciate it. Literally, hope you have a good rest of your day. We're going to watch the rest of this video, though. Please don't backseat the end of it.
Knew one would fall in his place, and he'd move that one too.
Right now, he is currently trapped.
He had enough room to shift position and clear some of the gravel that was at each side of Floyd's body. Gerald would spend several more hours.
What I was saying, though, was like, I feel like if everyone involved had just started taking rocks from the beginning, it couldn't have been that many. It's been 3 days, 4 days.
And it worked. For the first time, Floyd's torso was now available. Then his hips, his upper thigh. For the first time in over 90 hours, Floyd was able to wiggle his arms, his hips, and even that trapped right leg, though it was very painful to do. In that one session, Gerald managed to move a half-ton of rock, but there was still a lot more to go. And that rock by his foot was still holding him in place. By 2 a.m., Gerald was spent. He needed rest, and he was ready to head back outside.
What an absolute
Floyd,
giga Chad.
Tomorrow, you're gonna be a free man.
Okay.
Now, here you might
worried.
think that things will become straightforward. They did
Yeah.
not. Now that space had been cleared, Burden became convinced that if he could get down that passage again, he could free Floyd with another rope pull.
Shut the
Fate
fuck up!
deciding with both feet or just one.
Oh, don't fucking screw this. His name is literally Burden, and he is a fucking burden to this team. Please don't screw this, dude. This is a man's life on the line. I am stressed just watching it.
But when Burden tried to enter the cave again, he was sternly rebuffed by the locals. They were playing gatekeeper. They had been specifically instructed to not let anyone in, and they were especially opposed to Burden making another rope pull after word spread about the disaster of the first attempt.
That's fine. I'm with him.
He tried to reason with them.
Let me try the rope pull again. It'll work this time.
They wouldn't let up. Instead, they shouted obscenities and shoved him in the other direction.
Okay, well, I'll do that. But
Meanwhile, Gerald and Homer are incapacitated with exhaustion, and Miller was busy filing some paperwork for the Louisville Courier. Nobody else had the ability or the authority to take action, so Floyd spent all of that morning alone.
Hello?
Dude, someone
Is
get some
anyone
food.
there? Help.
That can't be... Dude.
Hey. Anyone out there?
Listen,
Word spread about.
I'm not saying I wouldn't be deeply afraid of going into that thing. And I've told you that I wouldn't do it. But it's kind of like, you know, if you're like afraid of roller coasters and then you see the 8-year-old girl get on it in front of you and you're like, okay, I'll probably be all right. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the more people that do it, you should be more confident that, like, okay, people have gone in and out like 15 times. These guys have gone in and out carrying racks 15 times. I'm probably fine. It's not. I wish it's crazy that nobody else in that crowd is like helping carry rocks.
Floyd. Miller's reporting had been picked up by the AP Newswire, and they distributed it amongst their hundreds of partnered newspapers. For Miller, it would be the biggest moment of his career. But he didn't stop to pay it mind. He spent the day hatching a rescue plan. Miller descended into the cave and set to work. When he entered, he found that the team before him had strung light bulbs all through the cavern, leading all the way down to Floyd. Very handy. A bulb was also put around Floyd's
Okay, that's actually useful. That's also what you could be doing. They should have been. That's actually a genius idea. If you're too scared to go in to the final hole, then help like make the route there less muddy, and that's helpful. That's what I would do, I think. Okay? Someone's trapped in there and I feel like I can't, I'm too fat or whatever to get to the final hole. Then all you'd be doing is like clearing out everything on the other way. That's helpful.
neck to keep him warm
Instead of just arguing.
and make sure that he was never again left in the dark. Miller popped down to Floyd.
Ah, Floyd, fancy seeing you here, buddy.
Reusing that syrup tin, he started offloading gravel
original syrup?
into buckets. Those buckets were then passed up and down the cavern.
Oh, they got teamwork
and
now.
so it went on for the next 2 hours. Miller stopped for a break. He took some bread, milk, and whiskey, and sharing it with Floyd, they started to get to talking. Floyd had been in that cave for over 100 hours now, and seeing everyone working together, Floyd was overcome with a sense of hope and relief, and so he began spilling his heart out to Miller. Here is what he is quoted in the newspaper.
Oh no, that's not, you don't.
I believed I would go to heaven. I can feel that I'm to be taken out alive and with both my feet. I kept thinking, what would happen if the rock above me would fall? It caused me to shudder.
Yikes.
I kept thinking to drive my mind to something else, but it wasn't much use.
Yeah, not much else.
I couldn't do much to help those who came to help me, but I knew that a lot of people were willing to do all in their power.
Feel strong.
It gave me courage. Tuesday morning, I thought to myself, 4 days down here, and no nearer freedom than I was on the first day. How will it end? Will I get out? I couldn't think of it.
Pretty coherent.
I have faced death before.
100 hours in the
It doesn't frighten me, but it is so long. Tell them I am not going to give up.
Chad!
Tell them I'm going to fight and be patient. And
Oh,
never
I hope he
forget
gets
them.
out, dude. I hope he gets out so fucking bad. I'm actually, I'm really
Meanwhile,
deeply invested
Floyd's
now. If you
story
tell me he
kept
died at the end,
growing.
I'm gonna be so sad.
Pedestrians would gather around corner store windows to read the latest bulletins. The press began using giant typefaces, commonly only reserved for declarations of war. Churches in all of the nearby counties were holding services for Floyd. Theaters even interrupted their shows to update the audience. Now, at the time, President Coolidge was in charge, and his Secretary of Commerce was a geologist, Herbert Hoover. Now, Mr. Hoover followed the story very closely, and so it was likely that the president did too. Even Congress paused session to ask about the latest news from Sand Cave. By the end, the Floyd Collins incident would explode into the third largest non-political story between World War I and World War II.
That's crazy.
All of this excitement brought an inundation of people to Cave City. Old population, 690. Yawn. New population, 10,000. Hotels ran out of food.
It's like getting a Hassan raid while you're reacting to a video. You know what I'm saying? Your viewership changes dramatically.
Residents turned their homes into makeshift hotels, charging sizable premiums to let people nap in their bathtubs. The banks quickly ran out of on-hand cash, and 4,500 automobiles impatiently sat backed up for 2 miles from 20 different states to drive onto the Collins farm and turn their pristine green pastures into swampy parking lots.
Okay, but
deep below all those tourists,
they're all making
there's
schmuck.
Miller, trying to free Floyd. All right, a little bit of setup. Floyd, Miller, some remaining rubble, rock. For anyone to lift the rock by hand would be impossible because Floyd's body obstructs the hole. Miller grabs a crowbar and shoves it through the gap. Now he's going to lever it off Floyd's...
This is my idea! They stole my idea in 1920! This is what I said! Take the pole, poke the stick! And everyone was like, no, bad. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Okay, built different up here. True, you were there. I just remembered it. I just literally remember it happening.
Cool. The crowbar is now wedged against the rock.
Okay.
Next, he takes a jack. He positions it on top of the crowbar so that it will be forced against the ceiling. However, problem. That jack is too big. It doesn't fit. Miller yells up the tunnel for a smaller one, but this took some time. And when it arrived, too small, won't reach the ceiling.
Oh, God.
But instead of sending for another one, Miller takes 2 blocks of wood and bolsters them underneath the crowbar.
Okay.
Right, so the crowbar now sits higher, it fulcrums against the blocks, and the jack is sitting on top.
I feel like the
All Miller has to do is expand the jack, which he will do using this spanner, holding it at the very tips of his fingers.
I'm so nervous.
Sounds easy. It's
Doesn't
not.
sound easy.
But that's the plan. Let's get him out of there. He turned the wrench, the jack expanded, and the crowbar took strain. The whole thing slid apart with a pang. Floyd wasn't hurt, but Miller was contorting and exerting his whole body from back to fingertip.
Oh, God.
They tried again. Same result. Miller tried a new angle.
Jack.
Maybe this time. The jack pressed. The tension increased. And this time, the rock moved. It fucking moved.
Oh!
With each turn, the stone shifted a little more. Miller's hands shook with adrenaline, his face and body dripping with sweat. Pang. One of the blocks slipped, and the wooden tower went sideways.
It's the
rock
wooden
painfully
tower!
Slammed back down on Colin's foot.
You'll get it next time, Miller. Try again.
Miller did. Again. And again.
I don't think
Adding
that's what he
blocks,
said.
Taking them away.
I don't think that's what he
New
said.
crowbar position. Changed the jack position. Every angle. All while Floyd was there, cheering him on. For the next 4 hours he tried. No progress. Miller was exhausted. He couldn't do this on his own, but he was the only one slim enough to get in through the gap. The group decided to concede for now and return to the surface.
Okay.
They would take just a small break, but it looked to everyone like there was a clear way to get this man out. So Miller and Burden crawled back through the mud and the wines of the cave. As they made their way through, the cave was visibly sagging. The ceiling seemed lower. Parts were harder to navigate than before, especially now with their bruised and purple hands. But they made it outside to the fresh, early morning air. And here is where they're greeted with a new sight. Dozens of soldiers,
What?
The National Guard had arrived. In addition to the National Guard, a new figure was joining the story, Henry Carmichael. Now, Carmichael was the general superintendent of the Kentucky Rock Asphalt Company. He had been on site since Tuesday, and he was appalled at how primitive the rescue attempts had been. Shortly after Miller and Co. had exited, Carmichael sent...
Dude, I'm very worried this guy's gonna fucking try to big time him and throw in some machinery or some shit, and they got a system. It's working. It's fucking working.
2 men into Sand Cave to assess the structure's stability. They soon came back with a report. It was not good. Near the final squeeze, large cracks had formed. The ceiling was beginning to droop.
Oh, that's fucked.
All right, so the following is a recounting of events from one of Carmichael's men, Casey Jones. Casey and another worker spent about an hour in the cave, surveying its condition, looking at the boards, the ceiling, the stability of the walls. He continued deeper towards Floyd. He was fighting against his nerves. The shifting of the rock pinged his every instinct to flee. But he heard Collins moaning ahead, so he pushed himself on. He managed to make it through the squeeze, and he arrived at the 10-foot pit. Seeing Floyd trapped, he tried to ignore the pebbles that were tumbling behind him.
Oh, God.
Please, come down.
I can't right now, Floyd, but I will when I get back.
Behind Casey, his partner is begging to leave. Below Casey, Collins is pleading for help.
Please, I'm so thirsty.
Okay.
Casey slid headfirst into the pit and hastily ladled Floyd some coffee. Floyd rejected it.
No.
Rumbling intensified from above. And in that moment, Casey realized that this was not a plea for sustenance. Floyd knew that a cave-in was inevitable. Scared and approaching his 5th day trapped, he was completely at his wit's end. He knew he was about to be trapped in that cave, and he didn't want to be trapped alone.
For God's sake, Casey, come on, you'll get us killed.
Stay with me, please. Don't leave.
Casey looked into Collins' eyes, set the coffee down, and pulled himself out of the pit.
Of course.
He wiggled underneath the sagging ceiling and crawled towards the turnaround room as fast as his limbs could scramble against the cave walls. He looked back to see the passage closing like a maw. Reflections from the bulb shining around Floyd's neck were no longer visible. Instead, just sobs could be heard, muffled
That's so
from behind
tragic, dude. This video is depressing. Oh my God, I thought they had it, dude. I literally thought they fucking had it.
Awoke in the late morning, confident that today would be the day that they saved Floyd. They had some new equipment too. Some wire to wrap around the wooden blocks to prevent them from slipping. And they changed their mind about that acetylene torch. They'll use it to burn away 2 rocks that had previously blocked their way. But when Miller got to the turnaround room, all of that optimism left him.
God damn it.
The entrance to the squeeze was now just a pile of debris. Miller froze, staring at it for a long while. Then he sighed and did the only thing he could think.
Pick up rocks?
Attempt to move some of the stones.
God damn it, dude.
But each adjustment led to more rocks just tumbling down and landing in that space. He persisted until... crash. A large chunk of clay landed onto his feet. Recognizing the danger, Miller returned to the surface. 15 minutes later, he emerged from the cave with a bloodied-up nose and bruises down his back and shoulders. Burden caught sight and races over to him. Miller just says, "For God's sake, just don't let Homer or anyone else..."
Bro, if this ends badly, it just feels like it could have been a little different. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if they have just fucking done things a little differently in the first few days, they could have got him out before...
back in there.
So fucking tragic.
Now, he didn't actually need to worry about Homer going back in there because he was sidelined with illness. But he did, however, need to worry about Gerald because he was furious. Gerald had warned everyone that putting dozens of people in Sand Cave would cause a collapse. It certainly did. The rest of that day would be wasted as men threw blame around and screamed at each other about how to handle the cave-in. And Floyd spent the rest of that day alone.
Fuck.
The surveyors continued checking the cave throughout the day. By the evening, Carmichael had ordered everyone to an assembly. Gerald took the floor. He was going to try one last daring rescue. He boldly announced his plan and an ultimatum.
Listen up. There's death down there. The walls and ceilings are crumbling. Unless you're determined to take the biggest chance you ever took in your life,
then leave.
Tell me now and stay outside.
Next, they told all the Gorkas to get the fuck out of the cave, clear off. And over the next 8 hours, Gerald would enter and leave Sand Cave at least 5 times, chipping away at that pile of debris. In the woods, men sawed trees and chopped logs to shore up the cave walls.
Nice.
Underground, the crew reinforced cracks and wobbling boulders with fresh strips of wood.
Nice.
Gerald assessed that about 4 barrels of rocks would need to be moved, and piece by piece, they made that
Man,
happen.
Gerald's a good friend to have,
Steadily,
dude.
They managed to move enough rock to allow Gerald to get within earshot of Floyd.
Hello? I need food.
Bad news. We can't reach you. But hold on. We're coming.
Stone by stone, they continued. After a few hours, the light of the bulb around Floyd's neck
Oh, he
was
saw the
peeking
light.
through.
Thank God.
A couple more hours, enough room for Gerald to squeeze through.
Okay, that's enough.
Give us the
Floyd,
food.
I'm going for now. But when I get back, I'm gonna get you out of there.
Exhausted but still determined, Gerald crawled back up the cave and marched to the men huddling outside.
Gather the equipment, and in an hour's time, it's gonna be me and Floyd coming out of that cave.
What does that even mean? You still haven't solved the original problem, though.
Gerald entered Sand Cave for his final time. The walls had been reinforced, but mud and water was accumulating everywhere. He waded through it and pressed on past the danger of the sagging ceiling. With determination on his face and a grease gun clutched in his right hand, he scrambled towards Floyd. But before the final squeeze, he stopped. It was all gone. The cave ceiling had crumbled once again. Gerald stared motionlessly at the pile. Then he began to yell.
Floyd!
A rock disconnected from the ceiling and tumbled onto Gerald's head.
No!
Luckily, just a small one. He rubbed his scalp and called out again.
Floyd!
This time, a moan. It rumbled from the other side. Fearing that his friend was slipping out of consciousness, Gerald willed himself against the cave, launching the debris behind him with force. He ignored the pain from being struck on the head and clawed at the stone pile. He carried on this way for several minutes, until a sharp, heavy rock dropped from the ceiling and landed squarely on his back. No more than 15 minutes later, Gerald returned to the surface, defeated.
This cave sucks. Yeah.
Only after the cave-ins did they start to think about all of the things that they could have done.
Wait, why didn't we rig a portable telephone line? That would have been incredibly simple here in 1925.
Yeah, why have we been running in and out to deliver updates?
Why didn't we give him an AM radio? He could have had something to listen to and receive messages of support from the public.
Well,
Wait, why don't we rig up a tarpaulin so we could lift his torso up so he wouldn't be slowly dying of exposure?
Oh god, why didn't we run a feeding tube? That's also a technology we have in 1925.
All too late. Now what? The one route to get to Floyd is closed forever. That meant 2 options. Number 1, capitulation. Surrender him to the cave.
No!
Or number 2, dig down from directly above Floyd.
And will obviously kill him, right?
Now, the prospect of digging from above seemed almost fanciful. At least, it did in the beginning. But luckily, they had some help. Owing to Miller's reporting, Floyd had become practically the most famous person in the country.
Right.
The rescue had become a high priority for the governor of Kentucky. Lieutenant General Denhart enters the scene. He's been updated
Sorry, pause. Lieutenant General Denhart would go on to murder his girlfriend? Sorry, what?
on the situation. Lieutenant Rescue had become a high priority for the governor of Kentucky. Lieutenant General Denhart enters the scene.
then his
He's been
girlfriend's
updated on
brother
the
tracks him down
situation,
and shoots him
and
to death.
following shortly behind him is a small army of miners and engineers. He declared to the
best and the brightest
despondent
are here.
crowd, "Gentlemen, I am here on behalf of the governor. The purse strings of Kentucky are open. Take this blank check and bring that man out alive."
I don't know if Kentucky was different in 1920, but the purse strings of Kentucky nowadays is like negative $2 billion. You know what I'm saying? That state's running a pretty massive fucking deficit.
Floyd, in that cold, wet confine, could not have imagined the scale of the operation that was going on 55 feet above him. Authorities assumed control of Colin's rescue. Denhart gave Henry Carmichael the lead to dig, and Carmichael raced to get to work.
Dig, Carmichael!
He enlisted his employees, his fleet of expensive high-tech machinery. Professional groups were brought in from all across the state. Local townspeople were mostly excluded, and for the first time since Collins had been trapped, work was now about to go ahead in a systematic manner. Everyone knew the plan, everyone had something to do, and everyone was working fast. But just as hopes were rising, they were once again dashed against the rocks. They had all of this state-of-the-art machinery shipped in and assembled by the engineers and rearing to go, and it was all worthless. See, the problem is, the cave drew air into it. These diesel-powered engines pumped out enormous volumes of choking exhaust. Within a day's operation, the cave would be filled with carbon monoxide, and Floyd would be dead from asphyxiation. Just as quickly as solutions would arise, the cave would parry them away. It refused to let this man go.
Yeah, no joke.
So engineers and miners had wasted hours assembling everything, only to realize that they had to pack it all up and cart it away. Because the digging of a 55-foot shaft would be done with picks and shovels. Carmichael didn't know much about caves, but he knew a lot about quarrying, and he estimated that his team of 75 volunteers could dig and dredge at a rate of 2 feet per hour. If they worked around the clock, they would be digging directly into the spot where Floyd lays within 30 hours. Now, was it possible that Floyd could survive for another 30 hours?
With no food?
Absolutely. Let's go. The first ton was moved, and at first,
He's in
it
cold
was easy
water,
work.
frigid dark, in
Just
the ground?
dirt and clay. Carmichael understood well that this was a race against time, so he watched the men closely, and if they seemed to be slowing down, even a little, they would be yanked out, and immediately a new worker subbed in. Nonetheless, the pace slowed. By 10 feet, the shaft narrowed greatly, which meant that only 2 men could work at a time.
Oh my god.
At 15 feet, they hit boulders. Pickaxes went in, and a system of pulleys and buckets had to be used to cart the rock out. Tracks were even laid to ferry the refuse to a dump site.
Okay, I'm sorry, but if they're doing picks and shovels, wouldn't it be smarter to go back into the cave and do it through the old route and just get rid of all the rocks in there? Or are they too worried about cave-ins?
Time passed. Hours passed. Night went to day. The day was hot. This was yet another problem, because it's early February, there's tons of ice still in the ground, and its exposure to the fresh midday sun meant that the walls of the shaft were softening and the ground becoming sodden. The
cave
pace
sucks,
of digging slowed.
This cave's such a fucking diva.
It was now only half a foot per hour. Most anyone could do was watch helplessly on the sidelines and pray. Interestingly, though, there were a lot of people on the sidelines. Floyd wouldn't have believed that the space above him had turned into a literal carnival in his honor. Vendors showed up to sell hamburgers, hot dogs, and souvenirs. Families sprawled out over blankets to listen to hymns from local church groups. The local mountebanks sold moonshine and miracle cures. There was even a bloody juggler. And Old Man Lee was there, walking around, shaking his jar, and soliciting donations.
That's fucking crazy.
But where were Homer
That's
and
so
Burden
fucked.
and Miller during all of this? Okay, let's back up a bit. People did not properly understand exactly how Floyd was trapped, and the news didn't help much either. So the obvious question started to arise. Why hasn't he been rescued yet? Just clear some gravel or pull a rope. How is this so hard?
Yeah.
Motive was attributed.
I heard they didn't even want to have him rescued at all.
I heard that they're doing all of this for publicity.
And Lee's activity of soliciting donations, remember, from...
Conspiracy theory. Floyd's not even real, dude. I don't even think Floyd's real. I think he's made up. This is LSF, dude.
Before, further inflamed rumors.
He's a crisis
I bet
actor.
Floyd isn't even trapped in there.
These were all real
there you go.
rumors, and they got worse.
You know what? I've heard he comes out at night, and then he just goes back in the morning.
Other rumors included...
I heard that after Floyd went into the cave, someone murdered him.
Others said...
I think they're withholding food and water from him so he dies.
This whole thing is a fraud.
As time went on, it was harder and harder to ignore the hoax claims. Then, people started to form righteous mobs, claiming the whole thing was a fraud, and they started to get nasty. In fact, 2 people even went to the telegraph office and pretended to be Floyd, sending telegrams to his mother. Here's what it said. Quote, "Please contradict statements that I am buried alive in Sand Cave. Stop. Tell mother I am all right. Stop. Am coming home.
Psychopathic.
Stop. Floyd Collins."
Psychopathic.
Naturally, the AP published these telegrams unquestioningly, and now word is out to the press that he isn't actually in the cave after all.
Dude, that's so fucked.
That made the authorities look foolish, and it could not go on. So, a hasty court-martial was arranged, and Homer, Miller, and Gerald were summoned. They hold one session on Monday and another on Tuesday. Lee and everyone else is cleared of charges, a retraction is written, and things carry on. Generators rumbled, pumps churned out water. Men continued working in shifts and carrying away the earth. Here they are with strips of lumber to shore up the walls.
There's just no way he's still alive.
They were
in my mind, like 30 hours with no extra food after already being in there for 120. He's 228 hours in. I don't understand how you can live that. That doesn't make
down. The pace had slowed to
it's
4
cold.
inches
The
per
cold
hour.
is the biggest thing.
In their desperation, they resorted to dynamite, but this did little to the boulders. Despite all these bleak circumstances, people's spirits were high, because everyone was keen for their turn to dig, and because they had one more thing to latch onto. He is probably still alive. Now, how do they know that? Okay, so remember that light bulb around Floyd's neck? Well, it's powered by a simple copper wire. Bare copper wire is subject to very minute fluctuations in resistance. So, an engineer rigs up a radio amplifier to this wire to read the current and see those small fluctuations.
Okay, what?
There they were. About 20 per minute. The rate of steady breathing. As his chest expands and contracts, they can read it from this device.
That's crazy.
And so, they kept going.
Wait a
And
minute.
going.
Wait a minute.
And going. 30 hours was the original estimate. Now 144 hours had come and gone,
Fuck
and they
me.
were only at 44 feet.
Fuck off.
Then, rain fell. Rain that mixed with dirt to make mud, much of which then froze to make ice. Ice which expanded and damaged the integrity of the shaft walls. Slowing down with every hour, they continued. Many more hours passed, and they were getting close. But it was now 15 days since Floyd was first stuck in that cave, and people had mostly lost hope. That excitement in the newspapers was tempering down, Visitors began clearing out from Cave City. Many still held on to hope, but their final lifeline, that light bulb, had burnt out. And it wasn't possible to do any more readings on the radio amplifier without it. No one knew if Floyd was still alive.
Tragic. 400 hours.
Another 51 hours would pass before, finally, they reached the 60-foot depth.
I'm in. Chisel.
A chisel is handed down. At 1:30 p.m. on Monday, February 16th, Sand Cave would open once again. For 17 days, Floyd had been trapped underground, stuck in the same position. 4 days without heat or light. 12 without food or water.
Oh, fuck off.
But maybe the dripping of the cave water had provided him with some sustenance?
That cannot.
There are stories of people surviving harsher extremes. Rescuers frantically tugged at rocks to widen the hole. Everybody stood by, absolutely silent, peering into that hole. Ed flashed his light into the gap, then eased himself in. Brenner aimed his light around the room, and then, finally, at Floyd. The first thing he saw was a golden shimmer. It was not the light bulb. It was the reflection of Floyd's tooth. His mouth hung open.
Oh, no.
He was dead.
Fuck!
Brenner was helped out of the cave.
Fuck! That's sad. This video's sad, dude. This video's fucking sad. God damn it.
And he delivered the news.
That sucks. That's really sad.
A coroner would later state that Floyd succumbed to exposure.
Yeah.
And that they had missed
No
him
doubt.
by just 3 days. About the same time that the light bulb had gone out.
Yeah, that'll do it.
But what would they do now with the body? The shaft walls were ready to fall inwards, and risking lives to remove a corpse was seen as just irresponsible. So the following morning, officials made a decision. Floyd would be entombed where he lay.
Yeah, that's fine.
The cave would keep its victim.
Damn, poor. That sucks.
Now, this did not sit well with the family, but what could they do? The next day, they planned the funeral. The town emptied of people, and the shaft with Floyd at the bottom was refilled with soil. But that's not quite the end of the story. But if you hung on for this long, keep holding on, because things are going to continue to get interesting. But first, let me do a wrap-up of where everyone is and all that stuff. Context. The Collins family already had financial hardship. Locals saw Old Man Lee scouring the rescue site for glass bottles. But the owner of the land, B. Doyle, and supposed friend of Floyd, was wholly unsympathetic. He erected a sign on the highway which said, 200 yards away, the body of Floyd Collins is imprisoned in Sand Cave. Then he began charging tourists 50 cents apiece for the opportunity to gander into the hole. It's 100 years later, B's dead. Let's call it even. Also, remember those claims of Kentucky being an open purse?
Jesus
well,
Christ.
the state reneged on the deal. They refused to pay many of the rescuers, and most of
What?
them went home without any compensation. Some of them did make some money out of the situation,
Classic
though.
Kentucky.
They lucked into vaudeville gigs and roamed the country, giving their first-person account. Miller, however, received an astonishing offer, a $50,000 contract from the Chautauqua
insane.
Lecture Circuit, equivalent to the better part of $1 million in today's money. He declined. He continued to work at the Louisville Courier-Journal.
Wow.
The following year, his coverage of Floyd's story earned him the Pulitzer Prize.
Wow.
And the brother, Homer, he needed money and he agreed to do that vaudeville circuit. He stood on stage and regaled the audience about tales of his brother, their childhood, and the tragedy. But Homer made it known why he was up here on stage trying to get money. He had a mission.
I kept thinking of Floyd lying in the muck, where he had suffered beyond our power to imagine. I would never have peace of mind if he remained there.
He wanted the money to dig Floyd up and get him out of that cave. A couple of months later, he had it. All right, so back to Floyd. April 17th, 1925. 7 miners showed up to the scene. They began to dig. Within a week, they had arrived at Floyd. And this time, they approached from the other side of the rock formation. That way, they could remove the rock pinning Floyd's leg. Nice. They lifted him up from his tomb and laid him down on the fresh air above. April 26th, 1925. Floyd was set to rest in the family cemetery. A stalagmite had been set as a headstone to mark out his plot.
All right.
And there he lay. No, that's not actually where it ends. Okay, this is where it gets weird. 2 years later.
This is where it gets weird?
1927. Times have been tough for the Collins.
By the way, I just want to pause there. That's a fucking amazing brother. What an amazing brother. You're very lucky to have family like that. He wasn't a very lucky guy, clearly. But if anyone in life has someone who will fucking really do all of that for them, that's crazy. That's incredible.
So Floyd's dad sold Sand Cave to a dentist named Dr. Harry B. Thomas for $10,000. Now, Homer begged him not to, because at the time, the government was starting to buy up tons of land in the area and turn it into national parks. They had to pay at a very competitive rate. But Lee was becoming a bit old and senile by this point, and frankly, it's doubtful that he cared about Homer or Floyd or anyone else for that matter.
Okay.
It's 100 years later, he's dead now, let's call it even. So, the point is, in this land sale with Thomas, Lee agreed to a very odd clause. And that clause said, everything on that property belongs to Thomas. And should he wish, for example, to exhume a dead body and re-embalm it and put it on display in something really tacky like a glass coffin inside a cave, maybe, then that would be his prerogative.
That's awful.
Lee signed yes. And Thomas did exactly that. Doyle made Floyd's corpse a tourist attraction. That's right. 2 bits of gander, come and wonder at the incredible dead man who died in a cave. But to add insult to injury, it worked. Visitors returned to Sand Cave to gawk morbidly at Floyd.
That's crazy.
Within a few months, Thomas had turned Lee's failing farm into a successful business. Now, the rest of Collins' family is horrified. They try a number of times to get Floyd returned to them, including through the legal system. But somehow, incredibly, the judge ruled in Thomas's favor. And so, there he lay for the next 2 years.
Oh, they got a photo of it.
The cave was not done with Floyd. Until someone hatched a plan. 2 years later, it's midnight, outside Sand Cave. Footsteps can be heard rustling through the brush. Now, we don't know who these 2 men are, but we know why they are here. To rob a grave. They sneak inside and clamber over the rocks in the darkness. Reaching Floyd's casket, they undo the latch and throw open the lid.
If it's actual
There
Robert,
is his shriveled body. They throw him in a gunny sack, and they race off into the night. For 800 yards they carry dear Floyd, like a couple of sweaty Santas about to deliver a really terrible Christmas present. Panting, out of breath, knowing that they're going to get caught any minute, they reach the Kentucky Green River hillside. There's no time. With a 1, 2, 3, they launch his body towards the river, and Floyd goes sailing into the air, up, up, into the starlit beyond, and landing in a bush. Oh, God. The 2 men flee from the scene.
Let the man rest,
Now, the next morning, Thomas notices that the body of Floyd is somewhat missing, and he contacts the authorities. The police come, they dust the casket for fingerprints, and bloodhounds are given Floyd's scent and let loose into the hillside. A few hours later, they manage to find him, a tangled up mess near the river, but this time with a leg missing, that same one that was trapped under the rock. So, despite his protest, it had been amputated. Neither the leg
That's not poignant.
nor the culprits were ever
That's
found.
not like a
And
full
while it would be
circle.
nice
That's
to
just
think
a
that this was
mutilated
some
dead body way
well-intentioned
later,
duo
dude.
that did this out of the kindness of their hearts to free Floyd, it's much more likely that it was an act of vandalism because Floyd was simply too much of a hot tourist attraction. The following day, Floyd was cast back into the cave, back into his box, and it was covered by a metal lid, surrounded by a metal chain, and locked with a padlock. He was now more trapped than he had ever been.
Okay, he's dead. To be clear,
This
he
cave
is dead.
had spun fate once again to make sure that its victim would never leave. And so, time passed. Floyd's body would continue to decay. The rot from his body would eventually rot the casket too, and every decade or so, it would need to be replaced.
4 decades?
A few years later, he was no longer on display. But even then, he remained in that box for many more years. In 1961, Floyd's Cave was purchased by Mammoth Cave National Park, and it was closed to the public. There would be no more visitors.
Right.
The entrance itself to Floyd's Cave was closed with a steel gate and bolted, then welded shut. But the Collins family never gave up objecting to Collins' body being left in the cave. And here is where the story ends. In 1989, at the Collins request, the National Park Service ventured into Floyd's Cave. Continuing on a more than 60-year tradition, a team of people worked over the course of several days to remove him from the cave. They took him out, left the cave, locked it behind them, and laid Floyd to rest at the Mammoth Cave Baptist Church Cemetery.
He's finally free.
After 64 years in Sand Cave, he is now finally at peace.
Until this video gets popular. This video's got, what fucking 1 million views already? This is going to get big enough. There's going to be money in it. They're going to drag his ass back to the cave for tourism. Bro, this video's the problem. Someone's going to fucking purchase the Baptist church and drag his ass back to the cave.
End. Thank you to Wendigoon as Floyd.
If you don't let me out, I'm going to hire a gang of hitmen to come to your house and kill your family.
Samito as Homer.
The BTS meal McDonald's bag that has
I'm
McDonald's
hungry.
and BTS. Shut the fuck up and eat some BTS, bro.
Ordinary Things as Miller.
I'm enthusiastic, but would ultimately duck out the back exit.
Rusty Cage as Gerald.
Oh, well, hello there. Haven't seen y'all in a while. Welcome to my new home.
And many kudos as Burden.
Hey, buddy. You right down there?
I can.
You a little sleepy?
I can. Yeah.
We get your coffee? Little cup of Joe? Little cup of Joseph?
I'm starting.
Cup of Joseph from a little sleepy guy?
Also, by the way, in case you're confused about the channels, this is how it works now. And do not forget, World of Tanks, World of Tanks.
Yeah,
None of this
World
would
of
have happened if
Tanks!
Floyd...
That was a fire video, but a very, very fucking sad one. Can I say, I mean, I really thought the fact the video existed and they were building up meant that it had a happy ending, and it did not. Like, not even close. But to be honest, the man, if I'm reading it correctly, a man who was an accomplished caver got trapped in a cave. A few loyal people tried to help, couldn't. Then everyone got involved for money, modeled it up, accomplished nothing, and then he died. After 400 hours in the darkness. If I simplify the hour-long video, that's what happened. Okay, cool. It only took him 7 days to get the body off on the other side. Yeah, I guess they could have done that, right? No, I think they were just digging into the old hole. That's how I want to go for real, for real. That's how you want to go? 400 hours in the dark? Okay. All right. Everyone's got their own habits, I suppose. Hey, thanks for all the subs. I missed all the subs. Boomer Mod, thank you for the 19 months. Ho Guru Simpson, thank you for the prime. Zervon with the 4 simples. Newt with the 19. Nether with the 5. Side with the 4. Carbon monoxide poison likely would have been better. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it would have been better if they just fucking had 4 guys taking the rocks out by hand at the start. I bet he would have got out in the first 6 days. Do you read it now? I already did read it. I'm going to watch another video, I think. I mean, that's the straight plan. We're doing Get Smarter Saturdays. Rules are simple. You can submit links yourself. If you drop them in chat, Get Smarter Saturdays, the rules are simple. It have to be a video that is not too long, not too boring, and at the end of it, we have to have learned something. We have to have learned something. Can't just be pure entertainment. Although I don't know what I learned from that video other than that monetary incentives will bring out the worst. Don't go in caves. Yeah, that's that's probably a good lesson. Explaining competitive Pokemon's greatest rage quit of all time. Did we watch this? This seems hilarious. 8 minutes long. The greatest rage quit of all time. Did we watch this? I forget. We might have watched a different one. We watched The Longest Game. Oh, let's watch this. I'll watch this.
Unfortunate doesn't begin to describe my series. This game rewards blind luck and nothing else. I am beyond convinced at this point. After getting completely tooled by scheduling with my opponent, changing times on me last minute, and refusing to provide confirmation prior to the day of the match as to play times, losing this way somehow felt even worse than I had thought possible. My preparation was superior, my play was superior, and I lost. So I don't see a reason to continue engaging in an activity where what is within my control is overwhelmingly outweighed by what is not. I am done with competitive Pokemon, and you won't get a fond farewell. This community is infected to its roots with a degenerative disease that grows stronger over time, but stops short of killing its host.
Bro, this is average League of Legends player on your team when you lose. This is big for Pokemon. This is what every single person on your league team will say every single time they send you a friend request after the game. All right, but I'll watch it.
Tournaments used to have a competitive spirit at their heart. This has been transplanted and replaced with an artificial organ that feeds on vitriol and mockery from insecure little boys that heckle by the sidelines and tear each other to shreds over scraps of attention. The environment we fostered has trapped us all like this in a vicious cycle, and escaping it requires acceptance of the harshest reality we all scramble to explain away. That none of the countless straining efforts we put ourselves through here will ever amount to one single shining glimmer of significance. I would make this the end, but World Cup is still ongoing, and I would never leave so many great friends out to dry, so I'll suffer through a few more games for them.
Bro, it's not even quitting. All of that, all the paragraphs, he's not even fucking quitting. This is the fucking average gamer.
One last thing before I leave you all to react with disdain, ridicule, and self-righteous fervor. Before you do everything in your power to minimize my words and thoughts, box them up and shove them behind some cobweb corner of your memory, and hope they disappear forever as a stain on your finite time ground to dust. From this moment on, nothing you say matters to me. The foulest insult you hurl with intent to wound will calmly settle at the earth before my feet, and the venom you spit will bring all the pain of a warm summer breeze. You are less than anything you can conceive, while I carry on, brimming with joy distilled from detachment.
That was the monologue and rage quit of Lavos, one of the all-time greats of the game. If you want more tournament content, make sure to subscribe.
Yeah.
But Prime Lavos was one of the best players ever, and 2019 was the prime of Prime Lavos. Earlier in the year, in Smogon's most elite tournament, Smogon Premier League, a tournament where you play on a team with each player playing one tier, Lavos pulled off the best record ever, a 12-1 stat line playing mainly the Generation 2 tier. This wasn't a stat-padded 12-1. He was playing the best players week after week and getting huge wins and was leading his team to the playoffs. Then, in the playoffs, he won his semifinals game, and then won the semifinals tiebreaker too, flexing into a tier he had never played all season, Generation 5. The tiebreaker is a best of 3 where the top 3 players of each team compete if their teams end up in a tie. Then, even further, he won his game in the finals, and then in the finals tiebreaker, he won a 293 turn game to win the championship. In the
Okay.
best single season performance ever,
Looking
he
pretty
essentially won the MVP, won the championship, and then won the finals MVP too. The context of 2019 Lavos makes this story all the more interesting. After the Premier League, the next tournaments for the year were Smogon's World Cup of Pokemon, where he played for US West, and Smogon Classic, the tournament that only has Gens 1 through 5 and is meant to find.
Something tells me if he had lost due to luck in that era, it wouldn't have bothered him so much. But now that he has the reputation as being the GOAT or being really good, then the losses hurt his ego a lot more. You know what I'm saying? This happens a lot like in Melee when someone finally beats their rival or like wins a tournament and then they don't do well in the next one. They get way more stressed.
Find the best old gens player. Both of these tournaments ran with some overlap. The Smogon Classic is a tournament worth winning, and it's a feather in the cap of any player because it shows your mastery of the older generations. The Classic starts with 5 cups from Gens 1 through 5, where you get points for winning in each cup, and the top point scorers qualify for a 16-person playoff bracket. Lavos continued his dominance of the Gen 2 tier, winning the Gen 2 Cup, and getting enough points in other cups to qualify for playoffs as the #1 overall
85%,
seed.
83%.
The playoffs are a best of 5 with all 5 tiers, and Lavos showed no signs of stopping. He swept the 16 seed in 3 games, and then swept the 8 seed in 3 games too. That set up the now infamous clash versus McMagan, the #5 seed.
Okay.
McMagan was also one of the top players of Smogon, and he won the Gen 3 Cup to lock in the #5 seed.
Okay, so he's really good too.
Lavos won Game 1 in Generation 2, and then in Game 2 he won again, but this time in Generation 3. He took the Gen 3 game from the Gen 3 champion.
Jesus.
He now had a 2-0 lead in the best of 5.
Okay.
In Game 3 in Generation 1, he didn't get completely robbed, but he did get unlucky and lost the game. Then he lost in Game 4 in Gen 5.
Okay.
He used a triple dragon plus Magnezone core. Drag Mag, as it's called, is a popular team structure in Generation 5 because there's no fairy type. There's a lot of powerful dragons in Gen 5, and with
Drag Mag?
Magnezone's magnet pull to remove steel types, it's a very threatening playstyle.
Okay.
But here, it couldn't get the job done versus McMagan's Rain team. All of a sudden, it was Game 5 in Generation 4.
Well, he just lost that one straight up. He just straight up lost that one. They didn't even mention any luck. He fucking lost straight up in Gen 4. So now we're in Gen 5. That's it. Fucking full stop.
PPP. Lavos leads with Heatran and McMagan leads with Gyarados. Gyarados is an anti-lead. In Gen 4, most leads try to go for Stealth Rock or Spikes because of how powerful hazards are.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
An anti-lead is when you pick something that goes for a kill straight away. You start off immediately more threatening, but the trade-off is that you have to get Stealth Rock up later instead of immediately.
Right.
The anti-lead pays off.
If you guys don't know, Stealth Rock is like a move that doesn't do any damage, but it puts down little rocks, and then every time they add a new Pokemon in or switch in, it does a little bit of damage. So it's like a long play.
Here with Gyarados having the type advantage versus Stealth Rock Heatran. Dragon Dance Gyarados is threatening enough to make Lavos want to switch out. He first goes to his own Gyarados.
Don't fucking nudge me. I'm just trying to fucking add a little context, dude. A little bit of fucking...
goes to get off and Intimidate, and then goes to Jirachi. But his Jirachi has Thunder Punch specifically for Gyarados. Gyarados uses Waterfall, but then it flinches the Jirachi. He goes back to his own Gyarados and tries to use his own Dragon Dance to win. But McMagan has the right moves and has Stone Edge to knock out Lavos' Gyarados.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
Breloom comes in next with Spore, but Gyarados not only has a Lumberry, but also has the move Taunt, and is able to force another KO.
That's actually just outplaying. This Gyarados is actually outplaying. He swapped into this guy and did his backup plan of putting him to sleep. But then this guy had already planned for that and given it the one berry. You get to choose the item it holds that counters sleep. It's actually it's a sick outplay.
With the little help of another Waterfall flinch. Lavos' last-ditch effort is to go back to Heatran with Focus Sash and Explosion. Explosion in the older generations is extremely powerful because it has a hidden mechanic where it has the defense stat of the opponent. Without the Intimidate from turn 1, Explosion can knock out the Gyarados. But then, disaster. Gyarados flinches Heatran 2 and it's all over. Nothing else can take on the Dragon Dance.
Alright, well let me just check. All I want to know is Gen 4, flinch, Waterfall. Waterfall has a chance to flinch of 20%. So 3 flinches, what's the math on that? It's 20%. One in 125. Okay. I mean, that's pretty unlucky. That's not the craziest thing I've heard in Pokemon, but that's pretty unlucky.
Gyarados anymore, and he forfeits. From 2 3-0 sweeps earlier and a 2-0 lead here, his Smogon Classic run ends in the semifinals, and it sparks arguably the greatest monologue in the history of monologues. McMagan would go on to win the finals too and get the coveted Smogon Classic trophy.
Sheesh!
Lavos would get banned from the site for other issues related to toxicity. The Ragequit was more of an epitome of his growing attitude towards the game and the community. But there was still one more tournament going on at the time, the World Cup of Pokemon.
And he plays in it.
Lavos and US West had just won the World Cup semifinals versus Germany and were now set up for a finals showdown versus Brazil.
Okay.
Lavos himself could not play because of the ban, but thanks to his team building advice, he helped US West to a World Cup victory to close out 2019.
Okay.
Although he himself was not technically part of the team anymore.
Right.
Not much is known of Lavos today. From what I could find, he's cut off all contact. The last he's been seen was when he was apparently a top 5 US Hearthstone player before vanishing from that too, seemingly content to be off the radar.
Damn, you hate RNG and you went from Pokemon to fucking Hearthstone? Play chess, bro. Play chess. If you got a fucking problem with it, there's a game for you. Dumbass. Hearthstone worse. Yeah, after that, he's going to fucking slots. All right, I'm taking a look at some more fucking videos. Bum ba bum 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 bum. What do we have? What do we have? How Souls games save you. What the fuck does that mean? Atrioc finally admits it. This is 10 seconds long.
What's up, my fellow gamers? My name is Adrian. This is Marketing Monday. I have something important you need to understand. I love coffee so much.
You're banned. Find him, Robotrioc, and never. It's fucking so stupid. The economics of the Dutch East India Company could be quite interesting. They are considered, by some metrics, to be the wealthiest company ever. Although, by others, it's actually Apple of modern day, which is insane. But they did own basically a country. I could consider that one. Let me see. World design of Hollow Knight could be kind of cool. This device illegally won $44.9 million from Las Vegas. Ultimate Elden Ring divorce tier list. That cannot be. Nonsense. China's economy will not collapse. That's what I've been saying, brother. I'm looking for something good. Well, I'm talking about this on Monday. I'm talking about Adam Newman on Monday. I'll skip this video, but I'm talking about this. It's actually fucking crazy. We watched this one. It's a great video. Clint Stevens, legend. Why you keep playing brutally tough games? Determination. Pog. I agree. How overemployed programmers are earning multiple full-time salaries. I wonder how much longer this will last. Almost every one of these places is going through layoffs now. They're cutting back or doing hiring freezes or doing layoffs, and they're trying to do more return to office stuff. But there has been an era where people have been just... Oh, let's watch this. Actually, can be interesting.
With all those student loans and skyrocketing house prices, even if you have $100,000 salary, it doesn't feel like enough to ever make it. After all, you're technically low income in SF, where you have your programming job. So you've been working from home, and over time you got very efficient at doing your job. On one hand, you could work harder, but what's the point? You can't really get a promotion for 2 more years. So what you end up doing is mostly browsing Reddit and playing video games after you finish your work for the day, which only takes you a few hours. That is until you...
The trick is to turn that second part into a job. Uh-oh. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. All of a sudden...
Video games after you finish your work for the day, which only takes you a few hours. That is until you stumble upon a website called overemployed.com. Turns out there's a massive group of people, mostly programmers, working multiple jobs at the same time, with some working up to 5 jobs at once, earning over $1 million a year.
So yes, I had 2 full-time remote 6-figure positions at the same time. They didn't know about each other, and it completely changed my life.
This, Overemployed says, is the real door to financial freedom. Freeing yourself from layoffs and office politics, improving your mental health, and even looking forward to that day where you get fired.
I wonder, is this legal? Does anyone know? Is it legal to like mislead? I can't tell. It does sound like an ad, by the way. Why not? I guess why not, right? I guess you're right. Why not? But I feel like if your employer doesn't know and they sign an employment contract and I don't know. It feels like there's some kind of fraud.
You get a severance package. But why are these people mostly programmers? Well, it's not just because a lot of programming jobs were remote even before COVID, but you also get uniquely good compensation, and programming environments, especially agile ones, they're results oriented, meaning you don't have to clock in and clock out as long as you get your work done. So we're gonna dive into the dark arts of being overemployed. Right. How people are pulling this off with a 5-step plan and pushing the limits of what's possible with up to 5 jobs. By the end, you'll be able to decide if this is a justifiable symptom of a broken system, or you'll have the moral high ground to judge these reprehensible individuals.
Well, I certainly don't judge them. Yeah, I don't know about fraying actions of a broken system, but I don't judge people for trying to get the bag.
This is how to become overemployed. Just 8% of tech workers are feeling confident in their job, and 92% are insecure, said the CEO of the company Blind. And more than 32,000 people have been laid off from the tech industry this year.
If you guys haven't used Blind, it's like an anonymous app for workers, I think mostly in Silicon Valley, to complain about their jobs and to ask about interview techniques and stuff like that. I remember Blind was very popular at Twitch. When I worked at Twitch, everybody was on Blind, and it was like the most fucking negative shit. I mean, it was everything from like, dude, people are fucking having sex in the break room. What the hell's going on? To like, we're not getting paid enough. What the fuck is management doing? See, it's very toxic. It's very toxic, and it's hard. Like, even good things were getting completely roasted. And so, it's if you spend too much time on Blind at a company, you'll always feel like the company is completely fucked. That everyone is completely vile, and your coworkers are all nasty people, and your bosses are like, some of it is true, but Blind does not have a lot of positive outlook.
According to TechCrunch, companies are looking out for their own survival, and the casualty is often people's livelihood, and no one is going to do that for you as the individual. True. So to take things into your own hands and become financially free, you decide to become overemployed. Here's a 5-step plan to do that. Now, to be clear, I don't endorse doing this or think it's ethical, and we're going to come full circle by the end. Step 1 is overcoming the barriers, both practical and ethical. Carl Janssen on Quora wrote, "I don't understand how it would be possible to have 2 jobs." He points out that what if your 2 companies schedule a conflicting meeting?
Yeah, that's my first question.
Overemployed's got your back because they have a cheat sheet
Dude,
of
this feels
meeting
like
excuses, how to reschedule, and even how to join 2 at the same time. One of the excuses rated very effective is saying you're putting down your head to work more It can even work in your favor and get your reputation as someone who doesn't like to waste time. As for joining 2 meetings at once, well, one technique is to wear a headphone in each ear and then mute microphones back and forth when you, for example, hear your name. Other workers have gotten more creative and used virtual.
So this is true because most meetings, for most people, you don't talk for much of it. Like, it's like a lot of people talking, and at some point you have to say your piece. But all the other time is mostly dead air. So, you could be in 2 meetings at once and easily not overlap.
Assistants who send them a message when they need to reply in one chat or the other. Skeptics also say, can you really keep up the facade of working 4 hours a day when everyone else is working 8? Well, you have to be okay with being below average at one of your jobs and the very real possibility of getting fired at any time. But for a lot of companies, a low productivity engineer, given the difficulty to find one, is better than having no engineer at all. But
because they're so afraid of like having to do the hiring process again.
Let's move on to step 2, because not every job is going to be good for overemployment. In fact, some companies are going to find out very quickly, and those are the ones you want to avoid. Anytime you get a red flag of micromanagement, that's when you want to back off and maybe not go for that one. The consensus is contractor jobs are better because they pay you higher cash, and usually equity is not going to pay for a period of time. So if you do end up getting fired, you want to get...
Bro, I feel like if you're doing 4 or 5 contractor jobs, you're just working really hard. You know what I'm saying? Because contractor jobs kind of pay by result. So you have to actually get something done. Like, that's just doing a lot of work. That's not a scam at all. You're just a very busy freelancer. Yeah, exactly. That's not a scam, dude. That's just fucking really, really grustling.
As much as possible up front. Now, here's where it gets interesting.
The only way it's like a scam, if it's like a life hack or whatever, is if you have like multiple salary jobs where you're finding a way to seem busy at all of them, but obviously only doing a little work for each. That's the only way.
At a medium or senior skill level, you want to go for jobs that are punching below your weight. And the reason is people want to think you're less skilled than you actually are, so you can be more productive with less time. It's very tempting to go for 2 extremely high-paying jobs, but it's better to have 2 or even 3 jobs that pay slightly less, because when you add them together, you're still going to make more salary. In other words, adding 2 junior positions together is going to be higher than 1 senior position. You can join and the expectations are going to be lower, so you can work below your maximum output from day 1. Interestingly, when getting that second job, some fall into it by chance. An anonymous software engineer told the Economic Times that he was interviewing for jobs and got 2 different remote offers. So instead of turning one down, he just said, hey, let's give this a try. And he's been working for 2 non-conflicting Silicon Valley companies ever since, but the thought of termination does keep him up at night.
What do they do? What do they do for their LinkedIn and like their, I don't know, their profiles places? What do they say for where they're currently working? That's the...
Now for step 3, the legal implications.
Or
According to
resumes
Richard Greenberg, New York City employment lawyer, working 2 jobs is not illegal by default. Well, at least it's not criminal. That is, unless you sign an NDA and end up sharing code, or if you sign a non-compete and you work for 2 competing companies. This same attorney also said you would have to be pretty dumb to get caught. So, but realistically, the worst that's probably going to happen is you get fired, which is the next step, which is creating a risk-reward trade-off in your head. In other words, thinking what is the worst that's going to happen.
So I got caught. I tried to work 2 full-time jobs at the same time, and they found out.
Yes, people do get caught, but sometimes can even frame it as a positive. According to Jérôme Coquier on Quora, there's so many companies out there, you can just burn bridges and cut ties, even if the worst case scenario happens. It's most interesting.
I mean, you know, with bigger, like if you do it with like fucking, I don't know, Google, Apple, Amazon, that's a pretty big bridge to burn. But if you were doing it with startups, bro, 90% of them fail anyway. You could work at like 14 startups and just know for a fact they're going to be out of business in 2 years anyway. So just take the money. The company won't even exist. There's nothing to hold you to account.
Thing here to return that guy who is earning 1.3 million a year with more than 5 jobs. What he said is you just have to be super confident and protect your time. Then if you do get caught, you just don't have to care at all. If you never stop interviewing, you can go into each job expecting to get fired. Then the ones that really don't notice if you don't do work, those are the ones you'll be left with at the end. Just keep it moving. Now, while this guy seems extremely naturally stress tolerant, not all of us are. So step number 5 is dealing with the stress on an ongoing basis. And this one's not going to be so positive, so you might want to turn off the video now if you're thinking of doing this seriously. One Temple University student had a bitter experience saying, please don't try this. You will fail. As I tried working 2 jobs remotely, and despite being in different time zones, the stand-up meetings, that is the daily meetings, were at the same time. Needless to say, it raised my anxiety levels and made me look like a fool. Now I quit.
It's like this sitcom trope of the guy on 2 dates at once. You're just answering the call and talking about the wrong fucking business. Yeah, that would be, I mean, that would be embarrassing.
One of the jobs and I feel much better because the day you could get caught could be any day. But imagine this, what if your company found out and they actually didn't care? Or what if you told them?
So for the past 6 or 7 months, my manager knew that I was working full-time for another company and still let me keep my job working for him.
A YouTuber, Random Tech Thoughts, said, just inform your employer. Stress is going to eat you alive if you don't. And they might need you enough where it would be okay. I mean, think about how many people a manager has to interview to hire someone, and they also have to pay for those jobs. A recruiter's probably getting paid, and maybe even a recruitment agency too. And keep in mind, most people in the company don't want to do more work, just like you. But if we think too long down that thread, it can bring us to a sobering realization. The people on the other side of this raw deal are people too. And chances are your engineering manager was at one point just like you and is not an evil corporate overlord. Engineering manager Chris Hansen hired a new programmer and noticed he was acting strange, missing meetings without excuses. He soon found out this person had not left their previous job. So how did this manager play this situation? Well, he was extremely angry, but he didn't actually say anything because, in his words, it would have been like cutting his own arm off. Better to have someone than no one. And you gotta feel bad for this engineering manager or any product managers too, because if you get one or more of these people on your team, well, your projects are not gonna get completed. Not to mention the most innovative companies of our time, things that improve our life like Airbnb, while they didn't get to where they were by having a lot of people who were just trying not to get fired. There could also be a situation where the other programmers on your team have to pick up.
Why is that a random Airbnb plug? They're not the most innovative company of our time. They're fucking house rentals. Why was that the fucking example? Airbnb? There's barely an innovation.
Your slack, and the resentment is definitely going to grow over time if they're pulling more weight than you are, especially on the same salary. While the overemployed movement is definitely an interesting case study, the reasons for it affecting the people around you, affecting a company who's giving you a shot and is trusting you to deliver more value than they're paying you, as well as not just living your life trying to squeeze out value, but creating a body of work and career that you can look back on and be proud of. Now that could be important to you too, or this could all be overshadowed by the fact that getting to financial freedom can lead you to the life you actually want to be living, even if you got to step on some toes on the way. So what do you think? Is it justified or not? Let me know your reasons in a comment. I'm sure there'll be some arguments down there.
There wasn't ever good at it, man. You know what? Actually, I don't blame anybody at all. It's up to the company. If the company thinks it's in their best interest to fire you, they'll fire you, right? Just fucking do what you think is best for you. They'll do what's best for them. If you're bad at your job from the 2 jobs, then they'll fire you. If you're good enough, then they'll keep you. Like, what the fuck? Like that. They're not gonna wait on it. The major caveat here is to be a competent coder and efficient. Yeah, this really seems like it only really works for programmers. I can't imagine many other jobs could do this. There's just too many meetings. You did this as a teacher? You could pull this off? Quack, you can't even pull off your one editing job and Valorant. You can't even manage that. Those two things. How are you going to do fucking 19 jobs? You hit Ascendant 3. You haven't edited a video in fucking 4 weeks. I'm actually kidding. Quack's been crushing. I'm actually kidding. It was a funny bit, but Quack's been crushing. Quack actually gave some really detailed notes recently. And turned around 2 fucking sick videos. Just to be clear, just so I'm not being an actual asshole. I like the Quack bit, but now I feel like I'm being an actual asshole. Quack's been doing a great job. I haven't been paying him, but he's been doing an amazing job. What about you as a founder? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, if we were to hire somebody for off-brand, that's an interesting question. I guess it just really depends on if they're getting the job done, right? Yeah, I guess because what you're really saying is like, okay, imagine they didn't work a second job, but they just browsed Reddit or something. Imagine a boss being like, you can't do that. You can't be doing that in your spare time. You can't browse Reddit. That would be, we'd all agree it's an absolutely shitty boss, right? So telling them they can't do work in that time on something else is basically the same thing as long as they're getting the job done, right? It's pretty cringe as long as they're doing it. But if obviously they can't do like the basic requirements of the job because they're doing other things, and then yeah, you probably have to fire them. Didn't you basically manage 2 jobs? It was a little bit different because my second job, again, Twitch streaming is a job, but it's not a job. You know what I'm saying? And it all took place after 7 p.m. at night. There was never a Twitch stream conflict with my day-to-day work. There is some hard parts of streaming and content creation. I'm not going to say it's fucking free, but it's, it's still playing video games on a screen. It's not like it's, the biggest conflict was just my stream getting popular enough that interns were joining the company and calling me glizzy hands in fucking company Slack. That's that's the biggest conflict in the fucking whole divide, dude. Everything else was pretty chill. In the UK, you have to inform your employer if you have a second job. All right. Nobody wants to work in the UK anyway. Country's collapsing, dude. UK is absolutely having a fucking nightmare meltdown. Maybe you should let people have 2 jobs. Currency's in the fucking gutter. Trust the process. Dude, Liz Truss cut taxes on the rich and is trying to raise interest rates at the same time, which is fucking, they're have opposite effects. It means they have no idea what they're doing. They're completely fucking, their economy's in such a bad spot. How rage quitting can help you. The cultural legacy of the headshot. It's 27 minutes. Dude, Jacob Geller is not, brevity is not his thing. He likes long videos. The Hobbit, the most underrated speedrun, and it's 41 minutes. What the internet did to Garfield. Cult in a dead MMO sounds sick. But I feel like I want something short. Cult in a dead MMO could be a really cool story. Garfield video is sick. All right. I'll give it a shot. The Garfield video. What the internet did to Garfield. I don't know. Actually, I must have lost it. Where was that rascally cat?
Garfield is a daily newspaper comic strip starring the iconic orange cat of the same name, as well as his owner, John Arbuckle. Relatable, surly, and adorable, Garfield was based off the childhood memories of his creator, Jim Davis. And in the 40 years...
This is an hour-long video? No shot. No, I'm sorry, no. No way, dude. No way. I thought it was 19 minutes. It's an hour 19 minutes. No fucking shot. Am I going to watch an hour 19 minute video on Garfield? No, I won't. I literally won't do it. I don't care that it's goated. Do you know how long that is to watch about a Garfield? I don't care about Garfield that much. That would be more Garfield content than I've ever consumed in my entire life combined. It's the best video that has ever been made. There's just no shot that's true. How many views does it have? Wow, it does have 4 million views. Let me read the comments. This is my longest video ever. And the one I put the most time and energy into. The only reason I can do that with an idea this weird is support I got on Patreon. What the fuck is this? I can't possibly. The forgiveness of John feels like such a genuine triumph over a man's personal hell that few works of media could ever replicate. How the fuck did we get this shit out of a... No, there's no fucking way, dude. No! No, dude. No. God damn it. It's an hour. Here, you know what I'm going to do? I'll watch the first 19 minutes because there's a huge replay spike right at the end of that. And if that's good, we'll continue. 40
years since we first met this
Otherwise,
lasagna-loving rascal, Garfield has become a global phenomenon, with yearly merchandising sales at an estimated...
The world is going to end.
I've been covering fandoms for a little while now, and what I enjoy about doing this is how when you stare at a fandom long enough, you begin to get this very distorted yet very honest reflection of its source material. The heart of The Simpsons, the descent...
I'm sorry, what the fuck was that Sonic clip? What is this from? What is this forlorn kid in a Sonic suit?
Reflection of its source material. The heart of The Simpsons, the descent of Sonic, the magnitude of Undertale. But then there's Garfield. Believe me when I say, what Garfield has become on the internet is the most bizarre fandom I've ever encountered. And I'm not even talking about Garfield porn here, although yes, there is totally that as well. And yes, I did have to fuck up my Google Analytics to find these. No, I'm talking about things far more bizarre, which if you are not aware of, allow me to give you a little preview.
Why are we watching
r/Alzheimer's Group is a subreddit of 50,000 people reposting the same Garfield comic over and over and over. Each member role-playing like this is the first time they've seen it. Relax John is an 8-part animated series in which a morbidly depressed John Arbuckle is dragged into a frightening alternate reality as he is subsumed by a demonic Garfield. I'm sorry, John. Actually, Jesus, no, we're not ready for I'm sorry, John.
Okay.
But maybe in like an hour. And maybe you've noticed
in an hour.
The runtime for this video and are asking, how could I possibly spend this much time on an idea that the subtle lowering of my father's eyebrows as I explained it to him communicated to me was something he considered a profound waste of time.
Yeah, no, your father was right.
Oh God, I was meant to make a video about Berserk this year. But I got lost.
Berserk the anime?
God, I hope it's worth it. But the answer
Do you think your dad would have perked up and you heard you were making a Berserk video instead? Your dad would have been like, oh, yeah, now I'm proud. Instead of Garfield, it's fucking manga.
I have looked deep into Garfield and I have seen things horrible, frightening, and beautiful, including what is to me, and I'm serious here, the greatest piece of fan art ever created.
Okay.
And I would like to show it all to you. So join me on this long and strange journey as we take our first step and ask a question. How the fuck did we get here from a cartoon cat who likes lasagna?
He does love that lasagna, though.
Anyway,
He hates
what
Mondays.
is Garfield?
So, I want to be honest here, in that unlike the other fandoms I've covered for this channel, I've never really been that into Garfield. That's not to say I dislike Garfield, it's just no, I'm not doing this. I do not need to humiliate myself for your amusement. That's not to say I dislike Garfield, just that I was never really into him as a kid, and that hadn't changed up until this video. And so my first call was to go looking for articles on the appeal of Garfield. But what I found was kind of the opposite. Multiple headlines and videos about how Garfield is not funny and even was never meant to be. How Jim Davis is a marketing man first and the comic was just intended as a vessel to sell merchandise. And after reading a lot of Garfield, trust me, I read a lot of Garfield. I actually disagree. I think this is a fairly cynical mischaracterization of Jim Davis and can be traced back to a single quote he gave 40 years ago and is not really reflective of the dude of whom
it's
I
not
have
crazy
watched
to
and
make a
read
cute cat
many,
as your
many interviews, who is the
character.
kind of person who still talks about wanting to make the whole world laugh with a single joke. But if I'm right about this, then why do so many people find Garfield unfunny? And that being the case, how has it survived for 40 years?
It's a boomer newspaper comic.
Very generous with my interpretation of Garfield, but I think it's important to do that because we need to understand the
already
appeal
did that.
here. And while I am not going to defend the comedy in Garfield, as we shall see later, I find 0.104% of Garfield comics funny. I do think, however,
Interesting.
it's
I
worth
wonder which
looking
ones they
at
were.
the reasons why Garfield's humor gets such a polarizing reaction from people. Jim Davis's previous comic before Garfield was Norm the Gnat, which ended in
Bro, it's not
1975.
polarizing.
He then spent 3
Nobody's
years doing
controversially looking at
nothing
Garfield. They just don't watch it.
before beginning Garfield in 1978. And to give that date a little context, that is not this decade, or the one before that, 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 but the one before that. Barring the old gods of media like Mickey Mouse and Peanuts, Garfield has been around longer than practically any relevant character in pop culture today. And you can imagine this lazy, rude, anti-authority cat being a little more outrageous in the late 70s than he is today.
What is that?
In the same way The Simpsons and Sonic the Hedgehog would have seemed wild and countercultural in their day before slowly becoming mainstream, that's exactly what happened to Garfield. We are just not old enough to remember it. And Jim Davis has even talked about
I don't think this
in
is
interviews.
true.
That said, I don't think the appeal of Garfield is
The
its humor.
60s? Where they had Woodstock and fucking people doing acid? And you're talking about how Garfield was more counterculture then? Because he liked lasagna? I don't believe, I don't think he's ever been anything close to that.
I think it's Garfield. And what I mean by this is that we all want to be Garfield. Please don't click off the video. I promise I have a point to make here. Think of everything you consider imperfect.
He's lucky he said that.
Physical,
because I was
mental,
legitimately
emotional,
about to.
Whatever.
I was
Any
legitimately
perceived flaw
about to.
makes you feel shame. Now, imagine an alternate version of yourself where those flaws still existed, but you just accepted them. You are in perfect harmony with who and what you are, and that's it. And well, That's Garfield. Garfield is lazy, he's gluttonous, he's selfish, and people constantly make fun of him for being fat. But he doesn't give a shit. He is perfectly content in who and what he is, and any of his perceived flaws are other people's problems, not his. And that is some seriously
Fucking Dimesh with a first time chat of 4 Garfield emotes. Welcome. I don't know how you sought me out. I don't know what radar went off in your brain that somebody was watching a Garfield video. Thank you for showing up.
aspirational levels of confidence, but the real genius of the character is he also has all these little traits that allow us to see ourselves in him. Garfield hates Mondays. He likes coffee. He loves lasagna. He dislikes spice.
Pre-watched! I definitely watched this full fucking hour 19 Garfield video and randomly selected it so I could fucking call that moment out. He loves coffee too.
Loves to sleep and resents authority. These are all very general, but what that means is that no matter who you are, there's probably something in Garfield you're going to be able to relate to. And that relatability, combined with his more aspirational quality, creates this simple but massively appealing cocktail of character.
Cat.
And I think it's the
He's only in fucking
of that
3 panel
appeal
strips.
that's let Garfield survive.
He says 1 or
for
2
40
lines.
years. And I just want to note here that for as messed up as things are going to get this video, there is a lot of really cool and wholesome Garfield fan art from people who just earnestly enjoy Garfield's comic and his world. One
None of
standout
that
being
was
the
earnest.
fan comic John, which tells the story of an older John Arbuckle rediscovering his love of art and cartooning, and it's just this super cute and endearing take on these characters. Now, granted, you don't have to spend that long looking for Garfield fan art on the internet before things start to get strange.
I like Mondays. I do marketing Mondays.
Garfamon, a blog in which one intrepid Garfield artist has been redrawing the entirety of Pokemon as Garfield, and I don't know how many there are because my browser crashes before I hit Gen 1. But what I think's really interesting about Garfamon is it shows how iconic and malleable Garfield's visual design is. Meaning Garfield's visual design is recognizable enough to be twisted into basically anything and still read as Garfield. This will become horrifyingly relevant later. But it's not just Garfield's character design that applies to, but also the comic itself. Garfield's comic was a big part of his spread. Designed to be as simple, timeless, and consumable as possible, each one is entirely self-contained and rarely, if ever, touches off current events. And since even the early days of the internet and social media, people have been taking these comics and changing them. Something that's possible because of how simple a formula they work off.
That's a comic?
With each comic following the same 3-panel structure. The first panel establishes the scenario. It is the morning and John and Garfield have just woken up. The second panel is the setup. Garfield is in an unusually good mood. And the third panel, the punchline. Garfield is in a good mood because he drinks too much coffee. With the exception of the longer Sunday comics, this is how Garfield works. And just like the character himself, that simplicity is critical in letting as wide an audience as possible understand and enjoy Garfield.
Fucking funny.
But it's also that simplicity that made the comic
hooked.
so infinitely memeable. It is shockingly easy to make your own Garfield comic from splicing together different establishment, setup, and punchline panels. And you can even try this yourself with the random Garfield comic generators. And it's that malleability that's led to scores of popular online trends, such as replacing the last panel of a Garfield comic with an image of Garfield smoking a
This is what we got. Ah, the boring life. Then John picks up some coffee. She'd like me. See, this is how those big, nasty hairballs start. A little avant-garde, I guess. 100% get it. But it is clever.
a pipe, and an unusual amount
Classic
of
Garfield,
these still
dude.
work. But my personal favorite is the same, except the final panel now being Garfield being flung from a window.
It's a cunnilingus joke.
However, in
Drag.
time, people also got much weirder than that. For example, silent movie Garfield, Garfield with one extra beat panel, Garfish, Garfield with pixel art from that one really bad Garfield game that never released outside Japan, Garfield, but the drawing keeps getting lazier, multiple choice Garfield, Garfield, except all the comics from 1978 are color averaged together, real life Garfield, uncomfortably close Garfield, Garfield evolves into noise, two Garfields, polarized Garfield, you get the idea. So Garfield is this iconic, appealing character communicated through this simple but infinitely consumable and recreatable medium. And I think this does go away in helping us understand the existence of something like r/Alzheimer's group. While there is something undeniably cruel about this subreddit, I'd be lying if I said I didn't think there wasn't something interesting and even a little poetic here. The idea that someone's final tether to their own reality is something as simple but recognizable as a Garfield comic strip, and the tragedy of when even that too starts to fade. However, this still doesn't take us any closer to understanding why
Where?
Garfield on the internet is so...
Oh, jeez. Oh, horrendous.
You know. And I think a real easy answer here is it's just the absurdity of making such depraved art out of something so simple and everyday. But as you
that's
may be
horrifying.
able to tell from the remaining runtime on this video, I disagree.
Motherfucker, I can't
I think
watch it
there's
all.
genuinely something darker and stranger at play here, and I'm not even talking about the official Garfield's very occasional descent into something weirder. I'm talking about a darkness that lies at the heart of every Garfield comic strip. And to start to unravel what that is, I want to talk about the 28th of January, 2008, when 27 very strange Garfield-themed videos
Wait, what is this?
all simultaneously appeared on a previously unknown YouTube channel. The kind of incredible thing about Lasagna Cat now is how weirdly ahead of its time it was.
I feel like I remember this.
This was 2008, and the term meme was still years away from
I feel
becoming
like I
something
remember
people
this.
actually said. And yet, Lasagna Cat made memes of Garfield comics, but then became memes of themselves before you had even finished watching the video. And what I mean by this is that each video of Lasagna Cat is broken into 3 sections. The first is a live-action recreation of a Garfield comic. The second, the actual comic on which the first section was based. And the third, and by far strangest section, would take the footage of section 1 and change it. So this would become this.
I remember the 9 Inch Nails. Yeah.
Video game
I
references,
100% remember that.
2008 internet humor. Lasagna Cat was taking Garfield comics and contorting
Damn,
them
good internet
into
time.
all kinds of strange things, but tantalizingly, underneath the sheer wackiness of it all, there was what felt like a very subtle disdain towards Garfield. There was something a little grotesque and uncanny about these shrunken actors with their sagging costumes and human hands, each skit ending with the same canned, droning laughter that nearly highlighted the mundanity of these jokes.
Garfield, this is a diagram of the food chain. You're here, and that's a mouse down there. Any questions?
Where's pizza?
But the strangest part was how each video ended on a bizarre tribute to Jim Davis. This is one of the first really unusual things I noticed about the Garfield fandom. It has this kind of feverish obsession with Garfield's creator, Jim Davis. And I say unusual because in every other fandom I've covered, I don't know if I remember a single instance of the creator of...
Bro, it's fucking Gabe Newell. Or fucking Miyazaki. Or fucking, there's plenty of them. There's tons. Metal Gear Solid. They fucking, everyone, Kojima, yeah. Sakurai and Smash. Toby Fox and Undertale. I'm done. I can't. I have 16 minutes in. I haven't even got to the point where there's an hour left. You know what? We'll take it in chunks. I'll try another 10 minutes another day. Every day we'll try and chip away at it. All right? 3 more minute chunks. No. I can't. I fucking can't. I legitimately fucking can't. Dude, it's an hour left. I can't. I won't make it. I'll be like the guy trapped in the tunnel. Yeah. I can't. That's too many hours. That's too many hours per ground. I can't fucking do it. All right? You promised 19 minutes? I didn't promise shit. All right? Find me a clip where I promised that. And I'll ban you for submitting it. What does this sound? What does this sound? Oh, it's quiet. Oh, it's on the floor. Garfield! I've got a strange urge to eat lasagna. Chad, that fucking video turned me off to the whole thing. The whole concept of live streaming is tainted. I don't know. I don't fucking know what I'm gonna do right now. I'm burnt. Turnt. What's the video called? It's called What the Internet Did to Garfield, and you're totally welcome to watch it. Watch Summoning Salt. Oh, is there a new Summoning Salt? I could still do best tweets as well. Problem is, I feel like I might do best tweets on the morrow. A history of Mega Man 2 world records. I don't know. I don't know if I love Mega Man 2 enough to check it out. Channel 5? Was there a Channel 5 video? Alex Jones interview. I also haven't seen anything about O-Block. Summoning Salt's video got demonetized. Yeah, I heard he's been really pissed about that. I hope he gets it back because he went full time, right? Incredibly cringe. Because the guy puts a ton of effort into one video every few months, and if that video gets demonetized, he gets absolutely fucked on all of the money, and he doesn't have any other sources. Like, that's his source of income. So it's actually really, really cringe. And I hope that YouTube fucking sets up a separate thing for him. Like, removes auto striking or whatever so they can. O-Block was a great video. All right, let's fucking watch it. I'll watch that. O-Block.
I say, it's me, JC and Buck. Play with us, you put his body in the truck, then we take him to the dump. And they know we play for keeps, and they know that we ain't sweep. Grab a broom, we finna sweep. O-Block finna clean the streets. Boy, you better grab a heat or get put up on a T. Put your name by RIP or your name get turned to weed. In the racket, ain't no pad. Any state, we on your. No matter where, nickel flat. Fuck the. Do the dance. Photo, but it's fast. We ain't goofy, do that crash. We gon' spin and spin again. We gon' hit our last friends. We gon' show him we ain't playing. We gon' leave him where he stand. That's really, yeah, that's all I wanna be, successful.
Right, big goof ass, man. Check it out.
And now, since you win, you gotta throw up O-Block.
Well, I'll fully admit, I don't know the rules of dice. Is it what are the rules when people are playing dice on the street? Is you just roll 2 dice and who's got the high? Like what's the? Is it just 7 to win? Like craps? Like reverse craps? Oh, rules of street dice. Players roll 2 dice and they bet on the outcome of the roll. If the roll of the 2 dice is 7 or 11, the player wins their bet. If the total is 2, 3, or 12, the player loses their bet. So it's like almost like basic craps on the pass line. Interesting.
Do that.
If you roll a 7, you get lasagna.
We're here in the Parkway Gardens housing development in Chicago, otherwise known as O Block, a 24-building complex on the city's south side. It's where Michelle Obama grew up, and it's also where drill music began around 10 years ago. This is Boss Talk. He's been here for a super long time, so he's gonna take us back to the very beginning where it all started.
So right now you in the 44, you in one of the guttiest building in the block. This motherfucker be the last building to get cleaned up. Oh, it's a roach. See y'all in the project. See a roach? That's a baby roach.
That's gonna get bigger.
That's gonna get bigger. Smoking the roaches and killing the rats. This bitch be dirty as hell. This building be dirty. I'm from this building. Bro, I used to be one of them motherfuckers that piss in the hallway and on the elevator too. I ain't gonna lie. My mom in the bathroom on BDN's one bathroom in here. I'm going to piss in the hallway. I still won't touch the buttons on the elevator. I'm straight knuckles.
Cause you think there might be pee on it?
Spit, pee, and I used to do all type of shit to the elevator. I ain't taking no shit though in here. True that! True that! Come on.
Love you, my nigga.
Love you too, boy. I'm going to true that. And true that, man. Be your hood, man. My nigga, true that. I ain't like a nigga in years, bro.
True that. Everybody, what's up? How's it going? What's up? How you doing, man? That's what's cracking like. You feel?
GDK. Come on. GDK. Folks came out of the folks, the youngest GDK member. He invented that shit.
To you, like, what is drill music?
We started the word drill with our music. Like, let's do a drill. We started that shit.
Like, how would you explain drill music to someone who doesn't know?
Music that make you wanna kind of get outside and go just be outside. You know what I'm saying? Make sense? You get on going. So yeah, it turn you up. It give you adrenaline.
Drill music is something that, I mean, in the grander scheme of things, you could see it as, you know, a hyper-violent offshoot of trap generally that, you know, sort of like came out of a very specific area.
I describe drill music as it's violent, but mainly fiction. It's like realistic fiction music. So like, that's why I shot my video 4K Troll, shot it right here in this park. Right here where you standing at, I shot it right here.
The lyrics are pretty intense in that song.
Grab my Glock, then I grab my mask and hop out, then I blast. But he ain't lack, he pulled out his strap and started shooting back. It sound like it's compact, so I got a double back, it's finna crack.
Yeah. But it's all entertainment, see what I'm saying? It's all for like the people. Like, cause like music nowadays is all about like controversial shit. Drama really makes money.
Back to that breaking news line from Chopper to a mass shooting. At least 6 people shot. This all happening at 65th and King Drive in Parkway Gardens.
So what was it like growing up in O Block?
We had to grow up. We had to really grow up and grow up fast. All that little boy shit went out the window. Everybody around this bitch got PTSD. Everybody around this bitch saying somebody die. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, we had a brotherhood that can nobody come between. We not letting nothing happen to none of us. Marlo couldn't even beat up OD. We gonna fuck Marlo ass up, boy. You better not put your hands on folks, boy. For them to pull a pipe out, hold on. And it's the same way. Like, we got each other, boy. On Old Grade, we ain't got no deities on BDN.
What can you tell us about the year 2011?
2011. I experienced like my first friend get killed. My best friend OD, he died in 2011.
In 2011, a Parkway Gardens resident named O.D. Perry, which O Block's now named after, was murdered, gunned down just outside the gates of Parkway Gardens. What was one of your favorite memories of you and O.D.?
Yeah, man, I got a lot of them bitches on. He had this crazy ass dog named 50, bro. On J Money, bro. I was scared of that motherfucker, bro. Like play with the dog. On Keith, I'm like, boy, I ain't playing with that motherfucking dog, bro. Y'all tripping. Motherfucker run up on me, boy, bird. It's your bitch ass on. Oh, right now to this day, I still don't play with people dogs. I don't give a fuck if that bitch a chihuahua. Bro, get your dog before that bitch die. On game.
OD's murder was allegedly in retaliation for the murder of Shondale Tuka Gregory, a rival gang member who lived just a few blocks away on 63rd.
It was the sad years of my life, because I had just had my first child and everything. I'm really like traumatized. Like, I ain't know if was I supposed to crash out or fall back. And my mom used to be talking to me like, man, you got a daughter. Don't be like these niggas, don't die.
How many friends do you think you've lost since then?
Over 10 dead homies, gang. Like 2 motherfuckers a year. I swear to God. Owen Platoon and motherfucking 11. Sherrod and Whitey and 12. You got LAM, J Money.
Fucking terrible.
Motherfucker died in 13. My crowd gone. I gotta hang with up on them. I gotta hang with up on them. I ain't gonna stunt. When it seemed like when folks died, folks' careers took off. When old passed away, folks took that shit to another level. Chief Keef and Dirt and them came out. They lit this bitch up, you feel me? So it's like.
Shortly after Odie's murder, a close friend of his decided to make his first song, which would serve as an O-Block anthem, to celebrate the life of Odie and diss Shondale Tuka Gregory. This friend was named Keith Cozart, aka Chief Keef.
O-Block, Wick City, bitch.
Middle fingers to Shondale.
I get out. On my son, I get out. October 4th, 2011. This bitch get the going up. The block busting, I just got out. I get out, I see Platoon and White. Folks got cocky as hell. I'm looking, I'm like, how the fuck y'all let OD get killed? Platoon put his head down. He like, man, go take your daughter upstairs. I'm finna holler at you. I take my daughter up. I remember Inky D them came up there. Deep as hell, everybody coming ate. Happy as hell. Fat Mac and Stu get the showing out. They get the fight. Hey, Fat Mac. You remember I got out of jail, you want Stu start fighting that day? Him and Stu get the fight. Hey, folks them like, man, y'all showing out because folks just got out. Dirk and Reese come see me. I'm alright. I'm like, I'm feeling love like a motherfucker. I'm damn. Folks them come rap with me. I'm like, fuck Oda. How the fuck Oda? You know they rapping with me. Boom, 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 boom. We talking all us and that bitch crying now. I'm like, damn. I just got out. We all crying right now. I'm like, the fuck? Fuck that. We ain't crying. We out here. We get outside.
In the next 2 years, Chief Keef would go from a young O-Block rapper to one of the most commercially successful rappers in the world, with hits like I Don't Like and Hate Being Sober.
Don't like. Oh, yeah. Tighter. He's already tight.
Chief Keef. Chief Keef made it more like global.
And before you knew it, white America was doing the hokey pokey to murder music and unknowingly singing along to the anthems of an actual gang war playing out in real time. For a year, the conflicts of O-Block were a mystery to the general public. That was until one man came around and exposed the inner workings of Chicago's gang war to the world.
So 2010, 2011, I'm in college and I'm doing commentary about hip hop. I had some hot takes about Kanye and Drake and stuff like that at the moment. So I was kind of gaining an audience. And I remember when the drill scene popped off.
Is Academics the one that was saying my top 5 rappers, Drake, and then he fell asleep? Fell asleep during Drake's album release? Is that Academics? That's a fucking all-timer.
I remember doing a video on Keith, and I was like, I love the music. So I'm reading the comments, and everyone was like, you're not telling the full story. Okay, because I'm going in there and I'm doing a quick video, and I'm like, yo, all his ops is dead. You know what I mean? He's dissing them. It's over. You know what I mean? These guys, we don't even need to know their names. And everyone was like, well, no, they're not dead. And actually, the guys who he's dissing just killed his guys. They were talking about people like Lil J.
Screaming fuck OD.
They were talking about the FBG gang.
Nigga fuck T-Roy and OD them dead bitch.
I'm like, yo, nobody knows these people, respectively, because they don't have a hit song. Chief Keef is going crazy with hit songs. So I made this page called The War in Chirac, and I started covering basically just constant feuds that were happening.
It's your boy DJ Academics, and now information has come to my attention.
Now y'all know I call Lil Reese the Chirac Grim Reaper. Well, pretty much because every time you look through his mentions, you see a bunch of dead niggas. CBS Chicago is reporting that a 15-year-old boy, aka Little Nick from 600, was shot multiple times, and then he was brought to a hospital where he was pronounced dead by the Cook County medical examiner. At least he died doing what he loved best. Someone actually told me that these guys actually keep score on killing it.
If a 15-year-old kid dies, don't say at least he died doing what he loves best. That's fucking insane.
And coonery within Chirac. The most valuable coon is probably a legit award.
A bloodthirsty audience, especially in music. The more people die, when someone gets locked up, their streams are through the roof. Music sales, going through the roof. Trust me. I was a driving force in getting some of these guys, other than Keith, eyes and attention and ears to some of their stuff.
Did you feel responsible for like inflaming gang tension on the streets by covering things?
Hell no. But let me tell you, this accountability is hard.
Because even by your own logic, man, if you're like, if there's a financial incentive and you're covering it and you're making it more profitable for them to do this fucked up shit because they know it'll get millions of views of coverage and increase their stream sale. It feels like you're platforming. You're increasing the financial benefit.
Hard to take, man. They say, yo, well, you gave people nicknames.
And you're making your own money covering it. So
Grim Reaper. Some other guy is going to start killing more to try to get that nickname. And I'm like, I don't believe I caused any murder. But if my videos, because they were popular, instigated any two parties, I'll take blame for that. But motherfucker, if you picked up the gun, I'm not taking blame for what you did, right? When I started covering war in Chirac, niggas was dying every day already. I was on Twitter watching people bleed out, and I was like, I can't believe this is, like people getting shot like dogs, bleeding down, everybody filming it. And then you go on social media and everybody saying, I'm smoking on the pack. So you gotta take blame for you doing that. The parents gotta take blame for not being in the kid's life. The cops gotta take blame for them basically just like throwing their hands up in the air and saying, let everybody kill each other. Like these motherfuckers that like, everybody wants an easy scapegoat.
Listen.
I'll side with him on that. That's 100% true. I mean, there's definitely a systemic problem here more than one fucker's YouTube videos. You know, that it sounds like the fucking entire system is literally abandoning people to fucking chaos and anarchy. Like that doesn't. There's got to be a more structured way than just fucking
stop acting like a bitch ass nigga and just
he's not
fight,
helping.
bro.
I don't think he's helping.
Leave the pipes alone. Fight. Oh, it's so fucked up now. It's like
he's trying to make money off
just
it.
said, "Oh, pop you."
So
not a 12-year-old. You like, bro, just fight him.
Why do you think that happens?
Cause yeah, motherfucker think it's about being a shooter or a killer. Music played a part. But music won 100% why everybody doing this. It's your fucking mama and your fucking daddy. You get what I'm saying? It's your mama and your daddy, bro. It usually be your environment, but it's your mama and your fucking daddy. It's about how you getting raised, blood. Like, raise your fucking kids right.
I don't think it's drill music at all, I promise you. If we was to take drill music away right now, and it be regular hip hop, it's still gonna be the same type of violence. Everybody wanna be a character now for the internet.
On social media, beefing, making threats, making crazy comments, like going on live, you know, it's like, you know, waving the gun in the fucking camera. You know, it's like, it's almost like a competition to see who can push it the furthest.
Yeah, but there's like economic incentives for that, right? If you're trapped in a fucking place like O-Block, no economic opportunity out, and the internet and like getting any kind of fame or something is like a one way to get any kind of notoriety or stream sales or any kind of money. That, I mean, that legitimately is like the only fucking, that it's an economic incentive.
And get the most attention, because you know there is a fair amount of clout chasing, and you know that is a toxic element.
In that way, do you think that drill is like bad for society?
No, because the thing is, like, the realities of what is being discussed in that music was there before the music was there. The music is just an expression of that. It's just a reaction to that. Like when you're talking about inner city gun violence, you're talking about poverty. You're talking about poor education systems. You're talking about like low access to food. You're talking about low economic opportunities. Those are the kinds of solutions that you would need to apply to that situation.
If you could go back in time, would you make war in Chirac?
I mean, it is just incredibly dumb to think like, if we just stop this music, everything's good. If we just stop the music that's talking about it, everyone will stop. Like it's fucking ridiculous. That's a ridiculous fucking.
Again.
Why is he doing this interview on a lawnmower?
You know,
by the way?
I've grown. Was it appropriate? Probably wouldn't do that again. I wouldn't do it again just because I think we're dealing with mental illness in Chicago. And when you see people are kids, these people who are doing murders, like Rondo number 9 was like 17, doing drills and all that type of shit. It's easy to be outraged and also say, damn, how could you guys take a life so easily? But also you got to think about the cycle of mental issues that they're having, the trauma that they're suppressing.
After the success of the War in Chirac series, Academic's formula was replicated hundreds of times, creating a concentrated YouTube algorithm that turned gang drama into an online mega industry. One of the channels in this algorithm is called No Jumper, which is quite different from the War in Chirac, but nonetheless features many interviews with gang-related rappers.
Do you even know about gang shit when you first moved to Florida? When did you actually become a 5'5" Crip? You are widely known to be associated with the Hoovers. Some of the dudes who got caught up for this murder are like actual rappers who have videos out with many, many thousands of views. Again, like you say, a lot of the stories are hypothetical, but in this one, you actually mentioned that a specific rapper from Chicago called a girl 6 times while you were hanging out with her.
Right, it just ran. You see what I'm saying? The shit just be going, man, you know.
So I went on the podcast and spoke to the host, Adam22, about the ethics of producing monetized gang content. Do you think drill music is bad for society?
Yeah, definitely.
How come?
Because people are in gangs killing each other and making songs about it and making it sound super cool. And even me as like a 38-year-old fucking white man, I listen to it and I think that it sounds kind of cool, and I struggle with that. But definitely I think it's probably, as much as I like listen to it, it's probably got to be a net negative for society, right? Just the romanticization of violence in general.
Do you think you help make it look cool?
I don't know.
You don't
I feel
think
like
so?
when they're
You
on
think
a
it's bad,
beat
but you don't
with
think
a
you have-
fucking 808 going crazy and they're able to like rhyme and make less sense, that probably is like when it sounds coolest. Because they don't really talk about that in interviews, right? I mean, most of like all the Chicago like gang members or whatever, it's like the amount of like street shit you're gonna be able to get them to talk about in an interview is pretty minimal in comparison to the stuff.
I sort of disagree. I mean, I don't think the fucking music has much to do with it at all. But if he's gonna make the argument that the music's a net negative and then say, but my impact is nil, I'm not at fault. That's crazy.
That they're essentially saying in their songs.
It just must be crazy because like you talk to so many people who like have died recently. Like you're like the last person to interview FBG Cash.
Right there. His name's on the wall.
Yeah. Do you feel any responsibility for like inflaming like gang beef by having so many gang members use this platform to promote themselves?
No, because I mean, I feel like this is a hip hop platform that long ago has kind of been clear to me that that's more or less the gist of what we're doing, you know? Like there was a long time where I didn't do any street shit, you know, in the beginning it was mostly like SoundCloud type stuff and more like avant-garde, you know, internet shit.
Sure
We've gone
did some
more
of this stuff and it got more views than average and you got money off it and you kept doing it. For sure. I mean, that's
that direction, and like a lot of like it's also the direction rap's gone in. It's tough to get away from the fact that the fans just want what they want. You know, as a content creator, you kind of have to follow the incentives to a certain extent. It's just been taken to the point where the fans like want this shit to be real. They don't want to hear you say, "I'll shoot you if you come near me." They want to hear you say, "So and so from the other side got killed because he fucked with me." Like the fans are really drawn to that kind of immersion, I guess.
Whenever you grew up here, did you guys spend a lot of time in other parts of Chicago? Like, did you ever go like downtown or to other areas, or were you mostly here?
I spent a lot of years inside this gate.
Have you been to like a Cubs game or anything? No. You guys want to go to the White Sox game with us?
Yeah, we go.
Let's go White Sox! Let's fucking White Sox! Go Sox! Yeah!
Fuck the Cubs, fuck the Orioles, fuck the Yankees, White Sox.
White Sox! 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 Go Cubs! White Sox! White Sox! White Sox! White Sox! White Sox! White Sox!
They represent the South Side pride, that blue collar man.
Like the South Side's way better than the North Side.
Never wear condoms unless you have to.
What's a situation in which you'd have to use a condom?
Every time.
Never.
I'm married, so I haven't actually used condoms in 15 years. Raw dog status for Jack Harlow. Jack Harlow only.
Sorry.
Harlow?
What do you think about condoms?
Oh, no.
I got
Jack
6 kids
Harlow's the raw dog status?
Jack Harlow is not my type.
What makes White Sox fans different from other fans?
Sometimes they wear white socks, but not on a regular basis.
Loyalty.
Why?
Why?
Are you guys from Chicago?
Those are the big
no?
two.
Exactly.
What do you think
Sometimes
your most controversial
they wear
opinion
White Sox
is?
and
Like, what do
loyalty.
you mean about that?
For example, I believe that aliens have visited the United States of America.
Nice. So do I. I also believe that the.
That's funny. Andrew's like saying that as his most controversial opinion. This guy's like, that's fucking, yeah, that's no brainer, bro. Sky's blue. Let's get into the real shit.
It's not round. I also believe that the government is hiding a lot of shit from us. I also believe that the government has taken over our country.
Like, you think the Earth is
That's not a conspiracy theory, bro. That's what government is. Yeah. Bro, I think he's right, dude. I legitimately think the government has taken over all three branches of our government. I think they own the military. I literally think if you go all the way to the top, the government owns the military.
It's flat for real?
Huh?
You think the Earth is flat?
I mean, we have ideology, right? We have ideas. So, like, who are we to judge?
White Sox hamburgers, Comiskey dog, right here. You got
Sparky.
2 patties, 2 scoops of cheddar cheese, and we put the pico and dagaya on top. Say it ain't so, Joe. Hamburger, 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 hamburger.
What's your biggest fear in the world?
Hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog.
How do you feel about the rapper Yeet?
He's alright.
Can you name 5 songs?
Turban, mad about that, sorry about that. Money is so big, and what's it called? Shit.
What's your favorite thing about Yeet?
It's the music.
What would you?
This dude loved our show Juiced yesterday, I'll tell you that. This is who we do it for, baby. This is who we do it for. You put in the work to see their smiling faces.
What would you say if Yeet was here right now?
I don't know.
What would you say if you could be digitally connected with Yeet in some form? Come on, Yeet, answer the goddamn phone. God damn it.
We love Yeet! We made it. We actually made it here, guys. Fucking drink to that. We are like the epitome of sperm. We are sperm at its best.
You're a philosopher.
I consider myself a philosopher, yes. You guys want to hear my whole philosophy?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. You guys watching this? This is my philosophy. You just saw it happen. What? I didn't know that guy. I could not associate with him of any particle of my own being, but I let him go through because he's a fellow human being, you know. So his agenda, you got to consider that, and he wanted to go through. It wasn't like negatively imperative to me, so I let him through. That's what I think we should all do.
Bro, this dude was having fun just saying I'm the best sperm, and they asked him to be a philosopher, and he got serious. He's like trying to make a real fucking serious.
You know? Try to fucking make it better for everybody. If you can. Different team, might be the same team in the long run, we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Might be different teams right now, could end up being on the same team, but, you know, right now, he's not on my team because I don't know who the hell he is. But we're both at the Sox game, so I guess we're not on the same team in that sense.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
For
sure.
I'm definitely do it. I'm really push out to him.
Oh, damn. That was good. I got a lot of respect for Andrew Callahan on Channel 5. Chat. I think I'm gonna end it here. I started 2, do like 4.5, 5 hours. I think I'm good. I gotta do some stuff. I want to get a Marketing Monday ready for tomorrow. Not for Monday. Sorry. So I'm gonna take tomorrow. I'm gonna work on Marketing Monday. Hey, we got like, I don't know, 4,000 new people here still from Hassan's raid. If you're interested, check out Marketing Monday. It's sort of my big content every week. I am, until October 7th, global marketing manager in NVIDIA, and I used to work in marketing at Twitch. I just started a company named Off Brand with my friends Ludwig and Stans. But I do every week. Well, no, I skip a lot of weeks, but Marketing Monday. Check it out on Monday. Chat, thanks for watching. Appreciate that. It was a fun day. I actually really enjoyed today's stream. The cave video was intense. Man, I really was depressed by that, but it was incredibly well made. I'm gonna give you guys 7s. Check out Juiced on Thursday. First episode was sick. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Much love. And thanks again to everybody that made that amazing community video. God damn, that was fucking incredible. That was truly and honestly incredible. And I'll be reaching out to Austin and the crew and talk to him more. We'll play the outro song. Pause. Yeah, we're Red Cutie. There's doing a Twitch Rivals for TwitchCon. And it's going to be physical challenges like this. Like an in-person thing, and I get to stream from TwitchCon during this and do the challenges, and I'm on Team Cutie Cinderella. I think it's just me and Cutie, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe there's 4. Either way, it should be sick. It's happening. It'll be Sunday of TwitchCon. I'm competing. If you're there, come cheer me on. If you're at home, I'll be streaming it live. Should be fun. Shouts to Cutie for picking me to invite. That's very fucking kind of her. So we'll rate Cutie Cinderella. Check her out. Boom. Go check her out. Thanks again. And thanks Hassan for the raid. That was actually really fucking sick. That was nice. Still not going to get you 4090, but I'll try my best. All right. Bye, everybody.